up, everybody? I think my board is not. let's see. We'll see. We'll see if the board's not aligned. I think the board's not aligned right. We haven't streamed in a few days. Classical Pawnda Simul, guys. What's up? Sleep deprivation Simul. No, I slept 6 hours last night. Almost 6 hours. Actually, I just got done playing a 2-hour training game, chess game with one of my students about half an hour ago. So I played poker for 14 hours, slept for like 5.5 hours, woke up, had a bowl of cereal and some coffee, then played a 2-hour chess game, then had dinner, and now I have another coffee, and I'm ready to start this classical simul. So what's up? All right. What's up, Morales, Nettie, Asterbate, the Warrior? Guys, we are playing 25. I usually do 25 players, classical simul. I'm going to start the simul here. The following conditions. With the following conditions. This is a classical simul for 25 players. Please check out the stream if you're not already. You probably are if you hear me. Or whatever. Classical Simul for 25 players. Check out the live stream on twitch.tv/Slaggy. That's me. Please donate because I do panhandling on the side and it's kind of rough. So I do appreciate, any kind of donations. All right. If you want to donate, you can donate via the streamlabs.com/slaggy/tip. Most importantly, donations. Secondly, simul rules. This is important too. Listen up. Listen up. Listen up. Listen up. Bling. I do not tolerate cheating in the simul. And Antonio, actually, we haven't seen Juicebox Wizard in a long time. Is he here? Time difference. He's in Southeast Asia. Antonio Morales, get to tier 1 sub to Juicebox Wizard. Thank you, Antonio. That's as good as a donation. Hooray! Good luck to everyone from Percy. Welcome. So no cheating. That should go, without saying. But people cheat in unrated casual games against me that are anonymous. So if you want to know why people cheat, don't ask me. I just know that they do it in any situation. And it's like, don't waste our time, please. Time is precious. Don't waste my time by playing bullet, cheating, joining the simul and leaving. It's just wasting time. And wasting time is like wasting your life, So don't waste my time. Don't waste your time. Please don't cheat. Please don't play if you can't stay 3 hours. The London is a waste of time. Unless you're an absolute beginner, please don't play that. It's very, very boring. And it's a meme for me. Use your time. Please don't play bullet. This is a classical simul. Most people don't host simuls that go 3 hours. So this is like a chance to play a training game. And a lot of people who can't go to tournaments or, can't play long games without worrying people are cheating, want to play. So please don't waste my time, essentially. This is a chance for people to get to play a good game. Hopefully. Pretty good game anyway. Thanks everyone for your generous support. All right. So I might rage tilt because of sleep deprivation, but I don't know. I don't do well on low sleep. I slept 5.5 hours. It really shouldn't be that bad. No alcohol was involved in my lack of sleep last night. Asterbate gifted $5. Did it done. Yeah, man. All right. So, Donkey loves chess. Donkey. Nettie. The Warrior. Is Warrior still a subscriber? Warrior, you better not leave the simul. Morales. VIP. Sorry, I have to write my nickname. I can't accept people if you don't tell me who you are. But I do take the subscribers to the stream first. Baz German, you've played before, right? Nefidov, welcome. Nefidov's very shy. You know, he doesn't like to make himself known here on the stream too much, but he's a regular. Happy New Year, Nefidov. All right, Baz German, I feel like we played once. You didn't like leave the game or something? You just lost, right? All right. I only played for fun. Is not a subscriber. I wish you guys were subscribers. I only played for fun. Feel free to subscribe, guys. Winner MA, like Massachusetts, my former home. No. All right. Arsenal fan is here. He's been absent. Hopefully, Arsenal's a subscriber. We need a link of hot dogs. Link to the Simul. Asprey, can you link the Simul, please? It would be a little bit awkward for me to do that with my brain fog. It's easier if someone else puts a link to the Simul on Twitch and I can just pin it. I don't have Twitch open on the same machine as my Twitch, as my lichess, so it's kind of hard for me to do that. Astrobate, don't worry about him. Just pin the link, or just give me the link. Donkey Love, oh yeah, right. Donkey Love Chess is like 3 games, and he's like 2,300. Sure. Shockenslaw. Alright. Cheesy Noob is here. Cheesy Noob, I was going to send you a message. I was so worried about Cheesy Noob. How many years has Cheesy Noob been around? He hasn't played in a Simul forever. Romy 85? Wait, this is not the Romy I played, a different Romy. Alright. Where is everyone? Feels like there's a lot of regulars missing. Actually, someone on sound said he might not make it today. Yeah. He said he might not make it today, but if he didn't make it, it was a good sign, so that's good. He has other stuff going on. Move 11 just played a training game, so he's not going to play, probably. Asterbait, there you are. We've got Asterbait. 9 players. Little hype train action. Can we pin that link? I'm probably going to, have rage tilt later because of lack of sleep, but I'm going to try to behave myself. All right. Is Juicebox Wizard here? No? No, you don't have to write your name. I got you. Oh, you didn't? I didn't accept you. I accepted you. I'm accepting. Giga Grandmaster. Okay, then we can pick people based on cool names, huh? Not really a good method. Please, no cheating. Sir, if you call me sir. Sorry, you have bad internet. Sir, please come in. Interesting way of phrasing it. Yeah, I don't like when people call me sir. No, London, you'll be bad. Use your time. I should... Hey, Cormoran, what's up? All right. Donkey. Can I play as well? We won't go into the 7th grade grammar teacher thing. That's kind of boring at this point. Leo's rating is 1797, bro. What? That's weird. He's played insanely strong against me. That's extremely unbelievable. 17. How are you 1797 in classical and 2100 blitz? Were you sandbagging your classical rating or something? I don't think I've ever seen anyone who was 2000, 2100 with a classical rating so low. Kamaral Kamasutra. Kamaral aka Musashi. Thanks for subscribing. Boss, yeah, boss is annoying, but it's not as bad as sir. No, boss is like patronizing. You know, that's like a little bit different. Intestine master, very different focus than playing international master and playing same rank guy. Yeah. Well, there are different schools of thought on that. You know, some people. Mr. Slow is here. We need Mr. Slow. Not a lot of regulars today. Musashi, thanks for subscribing. Mr. Slow is in the house. He's been a big supporter of the stream. Masturbate, tip $5. We said that. We got a sub. Guys, we can start a hype train. We'll see how my form is. I just played a 2-hour training game, but I'm also sleep deprived. The good news is that I didn't drink any alcohol whatsoever this weekend, so I did have a beer on Friday night, but it's very different playing poker and not drinking alcohol, and then like waking up the next day and not having a hangover. All right, AP87, another player we haven't seen in a long time. Wow, Cheesy Noob's back. AP87, Furtifrek. I don't remember what the deal was with them. They beat me twice. Oof. Pyrot is here. I think a lot of people were away for the holidays. You know. For example, my kids are going back to school tomorrow. I didn't even realize that till tonight. It's been really crazy with the holidays. It messed up everyone's in my house. It messed up everyone's schedule. I've been like, actually, poker was really good last night because I've been staying up till 6 o'clock in the morning every day. So last night I played poker from 6 p.m. till 8 a.m. and they were still playing when I left. I left before the game. The game was still going. All right. I need 13 more players. So let's see. Rogozin from Germany. 2,200. Damn. That's solid. Not too many of those guys I can afford to put in the Simul. We'll balance him out with a 700. I'm a little reluctant to take people with less than 100 games or around the 100 games. But let's get this thing started. What was the game? Well, it was Hold'em and everything was fine. Until like 7 a.m. when the game changed to dealer's choice. And 5-card Omaha ultimately was my downfall. I got my money in good. This 3-way pot where I had enough equity and I just blanked the river, and if I had won I would have I mean it was like I lost. It was like $1,000 pot, you know, and that I had played it fine and I had enough equity, and we actually, it was funny because there was a 3-way pot and I missed the river. There's a bet on the river. There's 2 calls. I'm one of the callers. I blanked the river, and the other guy bets like, one of the remaining opponents bets like 150, like his last $150 into a $1,000 pot, and it's just like the wrong flush came. I had nuts flush draw and some other outs, and there were 2 flush draws. He had one, I had the other, and we both had other outs, and the other player was, I don't know what, 2 pair or something. It just gets really high variance, you know. I played really well all night, and then, you know, it's just like gambling. I didn't really want to play Omaha, but I ended up making minimum wage for the whole night. All right, but still, it was fun. It was fun, I guess. What's up, Chess Riddle? Anybody else gonna join us? RB Brenton, do we play before? What about you, Riddler? Are you in? Cormoran, are you in? Cormoran is here for Red Dead Redemption Poker. Yeah, I was really playing very solidly tight all night, and in Omaha, it's just I couldn't fold with this huge draw I had with 2 players, and I knew the other guy had it, so I could just safely fold on the end, save my last money, and go home with my $50. All right, what are we doing here? King Aliakin, Ivan. Guys, I'm a little slow tonight due to sleep deprivation. I need Chess Riddler. All right, I need a few more players. We get some donations. Romy has followed. Frisia has followed. Guys, don't be afraid to start a hype train. Ferrugia has followed. 1 new player, Leo. All right, we need how many more? 3, 8. Astrobate, you fell out, or were you pushed? All right, guys, we're gonna get started here. I'm a little bit slow on the uptake due to a taxing night. King Aliakin. Veteran Steiner. Like, oh, there's a lot of these new accounts from Germany. Osprey with 0 games. Praktman. Romy. All right, we'll try Romy. He's got a lot of games. Too old, too slow. That's a common name. There was one guy who was a cheater, a Hungarian master. Good luck and don't play too fast. All right. No, I don't play people who are playing other games. This is not you doing a simul. I'm doing the simul. Why is that guy 1900 rapid? It's kind of exaggerated. And 1400 blitz. 1 new player. I try to scope out the opposition here to weed out any sus accounts. Kausha chess. Acris. Your score is 5-0. What? That's not too suspicious. Did you see this one? 1570 classical based on 8 games, but they're like 2100 rapid and 2395 blitz. I guess they just resigned their long games. How do we say this? Sayad. There's a bullet player 2270. But he has games, you know, maybe it's alright. I'm almost full. 20. Mr. Sohan just gifted a tier 1 sub to Pyrat. Good choice. Pyrat's been a regular follower here on the stream. Thank you, Mr. Slow. Why do I play if I'm going to make the same mistakes over and over again? Good question. Mr. Slow Hand to Leo. All right, Leo, I guess I'll let Leo in the simul. Leo has a suspiciously low classical rating. I don't get that. Tino. The Creative Pawn. Creative Pawn has, wow, 924 rapid games. Nice. All right, Creative Pawn. That's a solid rep there. Shock and Slaw. 70 blitz, 24 rapid, and how many classical? 21. Yeah, all right, I'll try. Yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical of that one. F7 Ursh. F7 Ursh. Praktman, too old, too slow isn't good. All right, we got 24. I need 1 more. Mr. Slow getting tier 1 subs to the regulars. The former regulars. Pyrat, and Pear, and Leo, pseudo-regular. Astrobate getting tier 1 subs. Besides community, guys, we're going to get a hype train. Gifted a tier 1 sub to ABC FIGM. Where's he been, by the way? He quit watching my stream or something? He was here for a long time. All right, last player. We need one more. Thanks, Mr. Slow, for the gift subs. Guys, Happy New Year. You know, we did... really, this is our first Simul of the New Year. Nettie, thanks. Join Saji livestream. Thanks for posting that in there. Nettie's taking Mr. Someone on Sound's job, who's not here. Happy New Year. All right. This is a strong Simul, so let's take one more like lower rated player. If I can find one. That was suspicious. Winner Ma. Let's do that. All right, from Turkey. Winner Ma. All right, we've got 25 players. I'm gonna start the Simul in Zen mode because Mr. Oh, you got a sub badge. Nice. All right, Mr. Slow Legs. Remember, guys, please don't play bullet chess. I know there's people who host like fast-paced simuls, but this simul lasts 3 hours, so we're here to play chess, not to play as fast as you can. Beating me on time because everyone teams up on me or something like it's not an accomplishment. You know, the main thing is to try to play good chess here. Focus on the chess primarily, and only play really fast if you have to. You know, please don't focus on trying to win on time. Besides making me crazy, it sort of defeats the purpose. Too many flank openings is bad for your health, I heard. Alright. Now, with black, we've got half of our games with black, half our games with white, and one other random. White or black, I don't know. 12 and 13. Deep. I know. Pawnda, what do you think? Sicilian, the Kraken, e4, e5. I like... Against knight f3, I have problems. I don't really know what I like. I play a lot of symmetrical English after c5, but that can get boring. So I've been playing d6 sometimes. e4, trying to learn to play classical chess, although, you know, why do I get knight f3? I know. Well, that's like how I feel when I play against knight f3. Sorry about that. Someone had to get it. I mean, I like to mix it up. Why do I have... All right, there's a d4. Oh my god, 2 people played d4. It's unbelievable. What is this? No London system. I warned you. Playing noobs when I can't sleep at night, I started playing like d4, c5 because disgusting London system. The most boring opening ever invented, which never should have been trendy. All right. It gets boring though. My meme is boring too, I know. All right. I had a training game today with this, and I played the acerbate move, b3. Interesting Nizovic defense. Not common. Especially online. Well, actually anywhere for that matter. Which one of you plays the Nimzovich defense? Most boring is white playing some weird Stonewall. I think it's... I don't know. I agree, but no, I think the London's worse. Honestly, the Stonewall's not inherently that solid, you know. I like playing against the Stonewall better, but I get your point, you know. I mean, if you don't like blocked positions, that's basically why Magnus plays the Stonewall Dutch, to keep the pieces on the board and like tire his opponents out by making the game really boring. Yeah, I played knight f3 d5 b3 today against my student move 11. That's what Asterbait's been playing. Yeah, the real deal. c4 e5. Objectively, black's best move against the English. All right, so we've got d4 d6. Interesting. Possible Kraken. Magnus almost played the Kraken, but he didn't. He basically played a kind of Basman defense with a6 and h6. Yeah, this is the London system on the other side of the board, bro. This is London mirror image. I like to mess around against this. I have all different like techniques of dealing with this thing. I've played everything here. Knight f6, e6, a6 a lot. Basically those three. I like to keep white guessing, but I mean e6 is basically a little bit weird and committal. I think objectively I should play knight f6. Or possibly a6. Yeah. Someone on sound said he's gonna start playing this, and Mule Skinner is in the Simul Ragazzo system. Wait, that's a thing. You don't mean Ragozin. You don't mean the Ragazzo. That's a name. Ragazzo. I hate knight c3. I don't know. I mean, I can play a lot of things here. Normally, I would always play knight c6, but the bishop e5 started to get really annoying. I don't know which one of you is doing this. Someone on sound is not here. e6 is a solid choice, which I never really played. An interesting recommendation by Richard Palliser like 10 years ago, 15 years ago now. I don't know. I have a book of his like from 2007 where he's the only player. I had the book on the table actually, Fighting the Anti-Sicilians. It's old, but it's still, he presents a good repertoire. The only player I know who recommended e6 against the closed Sicilian. I think it's usual to play g6, and I like it when people think outside the box a little bit. So what am I playing in Sicilian now? Mr. Slow is in the Simul, so he could be playing white there. This is our pet opening, the Kraken. We are gonna eventually get Kraken merch. Krakenheimer. Where's Nedog? Guys, it's not too late for the hype train. You know, save your bits and gift subs. We can all coordinate. Asterbate, Mr. Slow, a few other people get a hype train going at some point. No rush. You know, I play the Petrov sometimes, but it's just not a good opening for Simuls. You know, the Petrov is strictly for black against grandmasters for me. I lost the last round of the World Senior tragically against Maxim Novik. Played the disgusting like Magnus Carlsen exchange French variation against the Petrov. I wanted to kill myself. It's like the only line I've never actually studied because it's just really not that big a deal. But I will not play the Petrov in the Simul. Done that, been there. You're already broke. Damn, dude. It's only the 7th, and you're already broke? It's a little early in the month there, Acerbate. You know, panhandling can be very profitable in Las Vegas. And plus, you know, it's pretty warm, so I think you can not worry about like freezing temperatures at night if you're homeless. I was thinking of taking up a new... Oh, God. The warrior said, move, please. What does that mean? You're not going to start that, are you? Like demanding that I move, please? I'm not seeing that right. Did someone gift him a sub, or how is he a subscriber? He's been a very problematic viewer, this warrior character. No, it's move please, sir. Move please, sir. If you say another thing like that, you're getting timed out. The first warning is timeout, and the second warning will be banishment from the Twitch chat. Oh God. Oh God, your Apple Pencil. I think anyone who owns an Apple Pencil should probably deserve to get their Apple Pencil eaten by a puppy. An Apple Pencil? That's like the stylus for the iPad or something you're talking about? What is an Apple Pencil? Yeah, well, Apple is like burning your money. All right. Uh-huh. Now this is a critical hyper-accelerated Kraken. All right, I played a lot of games here. You can transpose to the modern if you want a quote-unquote mainstream opening. All right, someone's playing the Verisal with F3. I think this is real bad. That's real bad. You heard me real bad, Wendy. Kraken is my nomenclature for... Not that I am the first person to play this, but I'm the first person to really conceive of it as an opening system. Kraken is my concept. I'm certainly not the first person to play it, but it didn't really have a name. It needed a name, and I gave it a name, and now I've adopted it as my opening. There's two ways to play the Kraken. There's normal Kraken and there's accelerated Kraken, so you can play... Basically, the concept is to play the Pierce style d6 with a6. Or d6, knight f6, and a6. But a combination of d6 and a6, with or without knight f6, in the first three moves. This is the Kraken. It has a real playability, and it's very flexible. All right. It's not trashy like my 3 a.m. defense. I play e4, knight h6. French defense is brutal. This is not easy. All right. This is a very dubious opening there. Back to the hyper-accelerated Queen's Indian once in a while. Okay. Bogus Indian. I believe that 92 is probably objectively White's best move. I never play that line, and the few times I played it, I lost. I lost against Michael Rode, and I lost against Lynchich. Basically, I'm 0 for 2 playing 92 Go Indians with White, and I have a terrible score with Black. All right. So now, how did this move order go? Oh yeah, it's like Morales. Morales isn't in the Simul, right? So d5 is a mistake here. Mr. Coffee did that against me. Where's Mr. Coffee, by the way? Was he at a tournament? Is there a tournament? There might be a tournament this weekend. Oh yeah, there's a snowstorm on the east coast of the U.S., right? There was supposed to be a snowstorm, but I don't know. Anybody from the east coast U.S.? I didn't follow the news. Is there a snowstorm or no snowstorm? Asterbate, that's not you. Snetseg's not here either. So what am I playing? I don't know. I played the Accelerated Dragon too. This is like a... We're transposing to a Reprintsev variation of the... Oh no, this is not... This is what we call the check defense, or Pribble. My whole concept with the Kraken is that instead of c6, I play a6. Because a6 is more flexible than c6. You have options to castle. You have options to fianchetto on the queen side with extended fianchettos to like b6. It's a very flexible move. I think it's far more flexible than c6. This whole business with like bringing the queen out to a5 is really dubious, I think, ultimately. You're just trying to get away with Nefedov. Trying to get away with this queen a5 Pribble is sort of ridiculous. It's not great. It's barely playable. I think Pyrrha should move on to something else. Okay, so this is a strong player, apparently. I mean, they're playing the proper move order here. We rarely see that. Yeah, this is not good. Speaking of delayed London system, huh? It's a Jabava London with f3 in response to c5. That can't be right. So c takes d, bishop takes b8, d takes c3. After c takes d, I just have a good position. Period, end of story. Someone's playing the classical Spanish. Okay. And then this move, I had a game. Arsenal fan? Was Arsenal fan here? Did I see the Simul list, Asterbate? Did you put it up? Is Arsenal in the list? He likes to play knight c6. I had a game against this, though. Knight c6. I think it seems rather questionable. How does black actually get in e5? Okay, if I play e3, yeah, see, Tarash, this I think is black's best move. Mule Skinner is here, right? I really need to see the list of players. Did you post it? No, Antonio's here. Was Mule Skinner here? What other French defense players? Any other French defense players in the house? Black's in a world of hurt here. Actually, what, I have two games that are similar to this. Oh, this is really bad for black. Oh, everybody's playing queen takes d5. Oh my god, what's up with this? All right, now we got a real Kraken. This is the proper Kraken. So here's our options. The riskiest is b5, going with extended fianchetto, what I call the Drazic variation. g6 is transition to a classical Pierce with an early a6. And e6 is a sort of solid approach. This is the move I've preferred. Our Simul fan, he's probably concentrating. I think he's in the Simul. Uh-oh, this is... Actually, Morales, you've been playing bishop c4. You played bishop c4 last time, or some kind of Vienna. This could basically be anybody. All right, now reverse Sicilian. Very, for knights, reverse Sicilian. This is a very important variation of the English. White has many different moves here. I've played everything under the sun. I've literally played every line: g3, e3, d3, d4, e4, a3. I don't know. g3 is like the most common. d3 is the so-called Capablanca variation. So what do we have here? Knight c3 after e6. I'm not gonna push the envelope there too much. All right, the white side of the Sicilian here. I'll play the classical. I was thinking of Najdorf, but now, what about bishop g7? This is... If I would think this was you, Asterbate, if I didn't know better, but yeah, you're e3 before b3. You don't do that very often. But maybe if you weren't paying attention or your Apple Pencil got eaten, you would play e3, or you forgot. But the time, he hasn't used any time. This is more like a random guy. More likely to be a random guy than Asterbate necessarily. So here's Pyrat, the first guess. Pyrat 7-7. Yeah, Pribble variation. I don't like it, but you can play it if you want to. We've had some games already. Okay, now the Bodler versus Kraken Bodler. If I play c5, we transpose to a Sicilian, but I see no reason to do that here necessarily. The c5 is a good move, but it's kind of committal. I might want to play something else. Like what? I can play c5 whenever. Okay, so how does black protect the c7 pawn in this position? It's like that Talking Heads song. You might ask yourself, how did I get here? I don't really like moving my knight 2 times in the opening. Like Asterbate loves doing that, but at the same time, if your strongest response is like king d8, then I'm afraid I'm gonna have to pull a trigger. I'm gonna have to pull the trigger on this. All right, here. Flexibility. E4, anyone? No. Um, Speaking of flexibility, what situation would I ever play bishop a3? If black plays a6, maybe. So if e3, a6, bishop a3, this is real bad. This is the Benoni. No, this is a Schmidt Benoni. This is a Franco Benoni, whatever. Franco Benoni. Francanoni. Knight b5, the refutation. A for me, E for me. I don't know, you're right up there with the warrior, Antonio. I don't know what that means. Pawn takes pawn, e5. That's the classic trap everybody falls into there. I just don't understand your second comment, e4 me. Oh, in the knight f3 b3. Oh yeah. Oh, you're commenting on two different games at the same time. Yeah, that's very, efficient of you. All right. Okay, bishop g4. I'm thinking, I'm tempted to think this is Arsenal fan because he likes playing Chigorin style, but it's really a random stretch. h3. You might consider playing h3. I'm going to play bishop b5 first. And yeah, that is a free pawn. Just Riddler, would you do something insane? Like, who would do something crazy like this? Aren't I winning a pawn here? Did someone else do something like this against me? No, Blobix hasn't been on the stream in a long time, Antonio. Yeah, he's a huge fan of that kind of stuff. But I'm sure that even if I knew what I was doing, it isn't that great. So it's just really, I mean, at the end of the day, b3 there is playing for traps, essentially. I should have called out Nefidov there. For a minute, I had a hallucination. I was playing the Grunfeld here. Yabatis was suggesting some crazy stuff, like this position. Queen, no, he was suggesting what? Knight f6 or something? I mean, the normal is CD. We looked at Queen c7. We looked at Queen c7. What else do we look at? d5 right away. Oh, that was it. Yeah, no, Yabatis talked about d5 right away. There's a number of games where this has been played. There was a game where Sox was white. Sup, Mr. Coffee. No tournament? Sup, John Fetterman. I was playing Red Dead Redemption Poker in real life last night. And, Jesus, the crazy lady was there again. She killed me. Oh, you start in half an hour. All right. Oh, no, the reversed Bodler. Klaus Bischoff style. Klaus likes playing these quiet Englishes. He's been in the World Senior with me the last two years. What's that? Um, OnlyFans tournament. They started having naked chess tournaments on OnlyFans Arsenal, and you have to be like naked on the webcam and visible at all times. So bishop e3. What does that do? What does that do? Bishop e3. What doesn't it do, right? What doesn't it do? That's the real question. What doesn't it do? I can play b5 or not. Okay, bishop e3, it's a good move. It's flexible. I can decide what to do here. b5, bishop e7. That's really about it. Knight on bd7, maybe, but I don't really trust it. I don't trust it. All right, we've got possible Mr. Slowdown. Guys, please donate because I cannot survive on minimum wage poker games. I don't have the bankroll for a 5-card Omaha. It just showed 8 o'clock in the morning. All right, let's go. Bishop a2 against crazy people. Let's just go play the lotto. Wow, bishop a2, unprovoked retreat back to a2. This is really extreme, dude. That can't be right. You're wasting too much time. It's not a terrible move, but there's no way that is like the best move or a good move for white. Oh, no. I mean, we do play pot limit, of course. Everyone has the bankroll. Yeah, right. Well, it depends. Depends. No, I mean, no, it's totally depending. When you play against people who have like unlimited money, you know, eventually you gotta like lose your money and like not be able to rebuy or something. So it's like fuck. Okay, here. Yes, King D8. So I'm sure this has been featured in a lot of lichess bullet games, most likely. That's it. The move. King D8 is best, probably forced. It's significantly better than King D7, which blocks the bishop on C8. No, I'm serious. This is really bad for black, but yeah, it's the only move. I mean, what are you gonna do? So black threatens perhaps to play bishop g4, and if I play bishop e2, then he snaps my knight, and my knight on b5 is hanging. So bishop e2 is fine, but after bishop g4, then, you know, what do I do? I can do something like a4, you know. Is there any better? Do you have a better idea? Do you have a better idea, man? Well, I can play d4. That's a good suggestion because there's a connection there, right? But that's a problem. See, if d4, bishop g4, d4, bishop g4, bishop f4. I like that. I like the way you think, Sludgy. d4, bishop g4, bishop f4. The screw you variation. I'd like that. No, I mean, I'm talking about playing live Arsenal. All right. All right. What are we doing? We're playing the con. Yeah, I mean, I can't play like online poker and play and do chess coaching. I mean, I quit playing online poker. For me, it's like one or the other, but I can't try to do both. I would lose my mind. I'm better at like concentrating on one thing. I couldn't do poker and chess at the same time. It's just really difficult. Now you're threatening knight b5, but I have e5. Chess is bad for your mental health, but poker's probably worse, to be honest. Um, Nocturnal Pursuit. Well, yeah, no, I mean, you have to change your whole lifestyle. My friend who plays, like, I have a friend who basically does that, and he's like, he wakes up at, like, 3 in the afternoon, and he, like, goes to sleep at, you know, 12 in the morning or something. I mean, that's his lifestyle. I can do that once a week, but it messes up my biorhythm, even just once a week. For me, it's purely recreational. Gotta be away from American fishies. Well, no, I mean, if we're talking about online poker, but I feel like online poker is not, not the thing it was. Rip. Rip, rip, rip. Rip, Arsenal fan. Speaking of Arsenal fan, speaking of how much I hate the Joko piano, and speaking of how much I hate the Joko piano, god damn it, I'm gonna ban the Joko piano from my simuls. Yeah, I don't think I faced this. You face Juraxis. Knight f6. If e5 97, we get like, what is that? One of those Korchnoi gambits or something? e5 97, c3. But I can take on d5 and transpose. This is more fun, right? More open. You faced a Kraken. So last time, I can never remember what Nefedov played. Now we have a choice. There's the safe move and the ambitious move. I did that? Wow, I did that. That's funny. Someone played the Marshall defense and I allowed e5. Like, I know better than this. That's so funny. I know not to do this. Oh, no, this is different. Wait, what? No, that's not. How did you do that? You tricked me. How did you do that? Why does this never happen to me? That's so weird. Normally when people play this, queen takes d5, knight c3, they always play queen a5. There's even this weird game in the database where Peter Heine Nielsen played it as black against Aronian, which is like absurd. This guy who's like a theoretical expert, let's take a great player out of book. Like, why would you do that, But I've like never really had anyone play queen d8 here, ironically. And I would normally, I guess, play knight f3 transposing. I never realized that this is completely the same transposition, e4, e5. So now, theoretically, this is the Marshall's whole idea, right? I allowed this position. Theoretically, I'm still better. I have never actually tried to play this ending. The computer says that white is still significantly holding like some small advantage. This is fine. What's wrong with bishop e2? Not the most aggressive. I think bishop b5 check. More aggressive there. We'll transpose to a normal Frankenstein. The Bodler. Basically a Kraken with c4. Is this Arsenal? Now, is there any reason for me to play h3? Of course there is. Here's the main line. Wait a second. I'm going to screw up. Oh, man. I almost just, like, blundered a tempo here. Why am I doing that? Why am I playing bishop e3? Alright, so I was hoping that black would do something weird like a6, which I might have even played myself in the past. If you play a6, I'll play bishop a3. I had a position like that with colors reversed once. And an opponent playing like an English defense or something. But this is standard now. We just got like a totally... Yeah, I can play bishop a3 here, but black will just play e6. See, like, if you're playing the Queen's Indian, white, or in this case, black, is playing g6. If it's black's turn, he plays g6, I can play bishop a3. Or bishop a6, Queen's Indian. But it's my turn, you know? So, you can play g3, bishop b5 check, or bishop b2. Spend the tempo. Interesting choice of word. Spend the tempo rather than waste the tempo or lose the tempo. I like your attitude. Spending a tempo makes it sound like you're getting something constructive. I like that. That's optimistic, Arsenal fan. It's an optimistic way of phrasing it. You're investing a tempo. I think most people will say lose the tempo, waste the tempo. Yeah, psychology. I've been really thinking a lot about psychology in you know, mind games lately because the psycho poker player slash players that I've and chess players too. I really am interested in the psychology of aggression. And the makeup of the way different players approach competing. All right, I'm wasting too much time here. But anyway, don't play c4 Asterbait. I think Asterbait played c4 in this position. Just the other day, just throwing it out there. c4, d4. Actually, if c4, d4, b4, am I transposing? Am I literally transposing to the Blumenfeld with reverse colors? I am, right? c4, d4, b4. That is the literal Blumenfeld. c4, d4, b4. But it's, you know, being black with the white pieces isn't really what I want here. Alright, whatever. I'm just going to play something. Okay, rook e8. So what is this, some kind of pro? Rook e8, I think I looked at in some Grandmaster games. Who the hell is this? I'm going to go with Mr. Slow, dude. But although the time, he doesn't normally bank his time like 19 minutes. This has to be a very strong player. I mean, rook e8 is kind of hyper-modern. It's f7 6h. Maybe he just got lucky here, but I think this is a modern move. I had the feeling when I saw the time on 19 minutes it wasn't Mr. Slow, but it still was my only guess. You know, he's played the Bogo. He could just be playing fast today. He's going to pull the bishop back to f8 and not trade it off, you know. And yeah, I mean, eventually e5. I mean, I'm not sure it's even good in a specific position, but I'm pretty sure I looked at lines like this when I was like prepping with black. It's possible in this exact position it's bad. I don't know, you know, but it looks okay. I can't take advantage of his bishop out there. E4. Well, I mean, the obvious move is e4, right? a6. Please take me. Please eat me. Please drink me. I don't really want to give you my bishop, but my intention was to take on c6 just to gain time. My intention. So take, and then bishop b7. Wait, as a pretty powerful initiative. But I wouldn't be surprised if bishop c4 is just better. Oh, this is weird. I had the exact same game. Almost the exact same game the other day. Alright, check. f4 right away. It's not the Najdorf. What is up with f4 right away? Why don't more people play f4 right away, right? If that was a good move. Why would all these people who play the white side of the router play queen d2? You know, they want to castle queen side. In the Najdorf, your knight's sitting on d4, black plays a6, you can play like queen f3 or whatever. You got to keep your knight protected. And queen d2 prepares to castle queenside. f4 doesn't do anything about castling queenside. Yeah, no, I mean, it has to be bad, because if it was good, I would know it. It's one of those rare moves that good players rarely play. The intermediate players who don't know theory might play it, because it looks like it's a move. But I don't think it's a good move. Although h6... Actually, is h6 bad? It's not bad, right? I can play h6. As Arsenal sits there playing white, h6 I can play. Do I want to play h6 though? You know, there's another question. Yeah. Do I even want to play h6? Well, there's also like queen b6, knight b5. Queen b6 is a sort of Leonid Stein type of motif. The e3 square is weak. So if I play queen b6 and you play like knight b3, I have queen e3 check. Although that isn't necessarily good, it may win a pawn. In a vacuum, right? Like queen b6, knight b3. There's also knight f3. So if I play h6 and you play bishop h4 and I play queen b6, you can play like bishop f2. But probably black shouldn't play queen b6. I'm also thinking like, okay, if I play bishop e7, queen d2, and you know, that probably transposes. Yeah, but I'm thinking that the problem is, Cormoran, that it feels like bishop e7, it's too routine, you know. If f4 was a good move, everyone would play it. You know, if bishop e7 was the best response, then more people would play f4. There has to be something better for black, no? But maybe you're right, you know. But bishop e7, queen d2. He could even play like knight takes c6 and e5 or something there. I think bishop e7 is too routine. It's okay, but like what do I do on like knight c6, b6, e5, you know? Okay, I'm probably fine, but I don't think that I'm better. I feel like h6, bishop h4, gives up his bishop, I'm happy. If h6, bishop h4, do I have, you know, the g5 type of Najdorf thing? h6, bishop h4, g5, pawn takes pawn, knight d7. Knight h7 has got to be bad. Knight d7. Pretty insane thing to do, but it might be possible. h6, bishop h4, g5, pawn takes pawn, knight d7. I think, and then it's like queen h5. I've probably done this. Queen h5 drops a piece there. You have to like take and queen h5. I don't know. I'm going to play h6. We'll reevaluate on the next move. I don't know who this is. Yeah, queen a5 was always bad. You know that. You should know that already. It goes without saying, Andrea. It goes without saying that queen a5 is a non-starter. To be fair, there are variations in the rouser with queen a5. But I am certain that it's not good here. Too early. All right, now I'm afraid you face Arsenal fan. This is one of the regs. It's either Arsenal or Mr. Slow. So now you have Tarash with knight on f6 variation. So he doesn't have like the, on the plus side, he doesn't have the bishop, sorry, the bishop d6, knight e7, bishop f5, so that, like bishop d6, knight e7, but he has this control. This is Asterbait. We found him finally. All right. Somebody wants to join our team, by the way. I noticed this before. Guys, it's never too late to start a hype train. Donate and support the stream. Good to see you, Asterbait. We got you and Pyrat first. So, Extreme Bodler. If I play d5 at some point, you know, I'm gonna try to stymie his bishop on a2, I guess, but what do I do here against f4? I mean, transposing to the Sicilian is natural, I want to say. If I play d5, he pushes. I'll have to retreat my knight, but his bishop is sort of dead. Maybe I want to play c5 first. Okay, yeah, I don't get it. But I get it, but I don't get it. I get it, but I don't get it, right? So on the one hand, you know, with rook e8, I thought he was gonna... Yeah, I guess this doesn't work, though. He can't play this because of e5. Yeah, so, alright. I have to take with a knight. This is... What is this? a4? This was a Kraken or a Sicilian? This was a Sicilian with a4. Reactionary move. A4 prevents B5. All right, now Arsenal fan. I hope this is Arsenal fan because I like White's position here. I want to win against Arsenal fan. He's a challenging opponent. G4 is very tempting. Obviously, it's very tempting, but it's not obligé. G4, bishop G6. You're like one of those Hearthstone cards that says, like, Ogre has 50% chance of attacking the wrong target. Alright, here. A takes E5. Check. Alright, A6 preventing, or not giving me time to play bishop F4, but that's fine. That's fine. You hit gold. I don't know, I guess it's not bad. I think that's good. I'm not really a pro. I'm just a talented hacker in Hearthstone. All right, main line. Gold is good. I can't get to platinum. I got really close. But I'm not serious about it. I just play for fun. I don't like study the strategy or anything. All right. It's not like I'm watching YouTube videos about Hearthstone strategy. But yeah, just as it's something to kind of de-stress. I'll play just something like mindless. It's good for like mindless vegetating. All right, what is my move here? King H1, Queen E1. Yeah, that doesn't look good. White is lost. So I have bishop b4, sire. Bishop b4, c3 takes. Queen takes d8 check. You are a noob. Alright, so knight on bd7. Now, got a reverse BOGO. Reverse knight d2 BOGO. Speaking of rook e1, rook e8. Now here I could play bishop a3, but then e6. Yeah, I'm just doing the battlegrounds. Oh no, I'm doing sorry. I'm doing not battlegrounds. I'm doing just like standard, and I play with Hunter, which is like the worst probably. Yeah. Just standard, whatever it's called. Yeah, Rexar. It sounds like a pharmacy or something. It's really weird. I was like, I can't stop thinking of RX. Rexar. Rexar Pharmacy. Yeah, I haven't played on my stream yet. I should do Hearthstone at some point. But I'm just like I hate I hate to admit it, but Hunter's probably the worst. But I just started playing it and I got kind of used to it. I think my OCD, maybe I have OCD. I can't like switch and play a different class because I like to master one thing before I move on to others. What am I doing? The C4. Duh. Remember, I have this extra tempo with B3. Castles. Rip. Rip, bishop. C4, interesting. Alright. So this didn't turn out the way I thought. I think this isn't so good for black. Obviously. I can play a lot of different things here, but I don't know. Rook e1. I mean, what should I play? Rook e1 over protect. Check. Yeah. I mean, all I know, man, is that, you know, the Paladin is like overpowered. I mean, maybe that's not the case for the top Hearthstone players or whatever. But the lower levels, it seems like I just like want to resign. If it's a Paladin, it's totally stronger than all the other classes. Hearthstone chat. Check. Are we transposing to a Marshall? Marshall's everywhere today. Oh boy. Yeah, this is... Oh, what is it? Move 11's not here for this. I've studied this position a lot, but it's all in the past, and I've forgotten what I've looked at. I haven't been playing Hyper Accelerated Dragon. Paladin like spawns these like, you know, the hero power is to spawn this like 1 health, you know, fighter or whatever it's called. I forget what it's called. I'm really bad with remembering things. I never talk about Hearthstone. I'm not used to Hearthstone talk. Shop talk. Alright, I guess Bishop G4 is good. Alright, here. So now, you know, the Marshall variation of the Queen's Gambit, whatever the scrap is. White has king takes, knight G4. Slight edge. It's a slight edge. This is just a pawn now. It seems like it's just deadly against my Hunter class. Alright, D4, D3. What should I do? Protect my central pawn? What about develop my knight? Let's just develop the knight. Uh-oh. That's not familiar. Like, he tricked me or something. Every time I play Nefedov, it seems like he's changing the variation on me, so I can't remember what happened last time. You didn't put the bishop on c4 last time. I mean c5, did you? I do not remember that. Really? Am I supposed to play queen c4 in some variation, but is it this? Really? That doesn't seem right. Has to be, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Alright. Now we have time to simply play bishop e2. There's no reason to go crazy here, right? Right. Damage is done. I had a game like this with black the other day in a similar position where it was computer cheater. Shocking, isn't it? There's no way the Pribble is good enough for black. What's up, Nedog? The Tog. You know, the thing is, I like to do like Queen E1 sometimes, but I don't know why. Just like playing F4 makes me associate that with like the Grand Prix attack. I think we need a more realistic plan. There's nothing wrong with just moving my bishop, right? Like bishop E3, developing a piece. I like keeping the tension here. I mean, clearly bishop D2 is a move too. Attacking his queen, maybe it even makes more sense than E3. On the other hand, I think his queen is stupidly placed. Check. Yeah, this is the Savely Golubov child that I played in like 2013 here in Budapest. He's like a Russian kid who played some tournaments here. We played a couple times, the later in 2016. Very few people are you know, willing to play this crap with black. Our second Marshall. He's a martialist. So if I'm supposed to take on c5, that is not the London system. Theoretical novelty, bishop f4. Brah. Thank God my opponent has decided to play the London system. That's my donation. My donation thing is the Pawnda ball. The rolling Pawnda. Alright, dude. That is not a good square for the bishop. You are facing the Kraken. We're always happy to see that. Now, see this 4? If we draw this little, that's an A, but I don't know. It kind of looks like a 4. I feel like I have to turn it upside down. It's a backward 4. Well, I need to make it like this. Sorry. That's a 4. There you go. The connection to f7, right? If I just play routinely here, I mean, it seems like white might get some standard Grand Prix attack type of pressure. So from the early going, I've been thinking about, like trying to confront white in the center with d5. Confront your worst fears. It's like playing the Staunton Gambit against the Dutch. If this guy's gonna play for this, I'm gonna confront him like head. Oh shit, that didn't just happen. I just literally played e5, like the worst move on the board. Rip. Oh my god. That's sick. Rip. The boulder killed me. I just mouse clicked e5. Mouse slipped e5. I hate my mouse. I hate all mouses. Mouses are really... It's a really retarded device, isn't it? There's something so unnatural about... And then the guy insta-moved. What? No, why is... Oh, I must have clicked. Sorry, he didn't move. Mouses... What is going on here? I'm trying to... Where's my Simul? I did something to go to the wrong board. Here's one. Why does everyone have so much goddamn time? Again, no one uses any time. You guys are using no time. Knight b3, check. So I have nothing better than to give the pawn back. I wonder who this is. Like, seriously, who knows this with white? Very strong player or someone who's cheating with the opening book. That's two possibilities. Because I would play the same way with white, probably. Is it e4? No, it's a d4. And that's actually pretty weird. Also, how many d4 players have the capability to transpose to a Franco Benoni and then play very incisively with knight d2 here? I would say, like, who's strong enough to know this kind of stuff? Mr. Slow, but he doesn't play d4. He does, actually, but rarely. Well, do you want to guess, Mr. Slow? Because I don't have a better guess. It's only played for fun. Okay, whatever. Not a player I would have, although a strong player, a mysterious player who we really don't know much about. All right. It doesn't seem like they consistently display deep theoretical knowledge. Do they even normally play d4? I don't know. This is bad because I'm out of book, really. I don't normally play the... Uh-oh, my London. I don't normally play c5. Alright, this is pleasant endgame for white. Speaking of Franco Benoni, every time I play Neftov in this goddamn Schliemann, he plays a different move and somehow confuses me. It's really weird. I cannot remember the move order correctly every time. It's very strange. Bishop g5, h6 takes. Castles. Queen e7 was played. So what's the point of that anyway? I mean, the castle queen side. To play d6 and bishop e6, right? To defend e5. So if he just played d6, I could play knight takes e5 or something like that. Completely out of book, as usual. As always. After I was like the world's leading expert on the black side of the Schliemann. Not fashionable these days. Okay, this is just a space advantage. I mean, nothing to see here. Move along. Move along, people. There's really nothing to see here. Rook c1. That is a chess move. If a5, a3, bishop back to e7, waste of time. h6. All my life, I don't know if I've ever had anyone play rook to c1 against me. You'll know when I'm trolling you. I'm not trolling you. Have I ever had anyone play rook c1 in this position? I don't like playing games. So what's up here? Bishop e3, just develop. This has probably got to be Arsenal or Mr. Slow, but which one would play a4? I feel like it's more likely to be Mr. Slow than Arsenal. It is. Arsenal is more likely to stick to his guns, whereas I think Mr. Slow likes to mix in like different lines. So I was right. It is Mr. Slow. Not to say it's not possible. It could be Arsenal, but I think he's had good success with the main line against me, and I don't think he would randomly play a4. So what's the deal with a4 anyway? This is like the Aliakin move. b4. You know what? I think the a file is not such a big deal. That's why I'm going to play rook b8 there. We're going to guess Arsenal here, but it's Nettie. Yeah, Nettie gave it away. You know, I don't have a guess for Arsenal, so I thought I would just guess him, but Nettie actually gave it away. He said he had never faced knight f3 b3 before, and then I forgot about it till now. So he was telling me who he was, actually. If you listen, you pick up information, and I should have guessed this opponent. So now I just keep guessing the people I know the best, obviously, you know. There's a nice little trap, but it doesn't work. D3, queen b4 check, knight c3. I'm still okay there, actually. So D3's actually playable. It's not a bad move. So this is interesting. Who would play the Marshall Gambit with black? It can't be one of the stronger players. You know, even Danny Kopech played the Marshall Gambit against me, but pretty much never ever see anyone really good playing this. But I got tricked. You know, I tricked myself into this. Now, knight h3 is possible. My advantage isn't that I'm up a pawn. My advantage is you play bishop c4 before they castle and play a4. Yeah, I don't know why, Arsenal. I just can't. I tried this d3, but I can't remember the theory no matter how many times I play Nefedov. It's too irregular. I play one game with Nefedov like every 6 months in a Yenish or whatever, in the Schliemann. And it's too much time in between games that I don't bother to look at it, and then I just keep forgetting. But actually, this is our second game in a couple of weeks. But he tricks me by playing bishop c5 and d6, and they're two different variations, and I can't remember like which one is which. Yes, you shall submit a game. You shall. So king e2. You shall. King e2? I don't think so. I feel like the move is knight h3. Why is knight h3 so strongly in my mind? You know, knight h3, knight h3, knight takes e5. Then what do I do? Is it possible I'm wrong? Oh God, it's not knight d5, is it? No. No, that can't be. Knight h3. Your moves are knight h3, king e1, and king e2. King e2 isn't good because it blocks the bishop on f1. Now, after knight h3, I don't know. You face Draxus. Another Gioco Piano. See now, okay, your queen's on c7. You're just playing the old Indian now. You know, that can't be the right way to play the check defense. I mean, if you play queen a5 so you can just like bring it back to c7, then what the heck is the point of playing queen a5 in the first place, you know? Ooh, you induced me to play bishop d2. I mean, black just simply has a passive Philidor slash old Indian, whatever you want to call it, you know. It's actually Philidor. A passive Philidor. I mean, that's all there is to it. Philindor. Is a4 necessary? Probably. It's not necessary. Knight h4? Not a good idea. Next. Stupid idea. A4 is a move. Solves immediate questions of a4 meeting b5, you know, preventing b5. What am I going to do here? A4 is good. I mean, just grab space. Come on. Now, I like this position. You guys notice this really weird? This really weird thing about the clocks. Like, why was the clock smaller for a second there? What was going on there? Oh, so when there's 5 digits, the clock is smaller, and then when it switches over, it took it a while to like resize itself. I had to reload the page to get the clock to be the same size. It was, maybe I do have OCD. We all have OCD, right, Nedog? We're all on the spectrum. If the clocks aren't the same size, man, it like freaks me out, you know? It bothers me like they're both 4 digits and they're different sizes. You know, that's like really annoying. The layout can be improved. The ratings being too far over on the right. Little details about little things, you know. Now the bottom one is twice the size. Maybe it's like an optical illusion, Arsenal fan. Maybe it's an optical illusion. That highlight around it, the green highlight, makes it look bigger or something. It's just your imagination. Would you guys believe, I mean, that Nedog is really, I mean, he's pretty spry for an 8-year-old. I mean, he has a relatively mature sense of humor. He's been 8 for like the last 40 years. It's unbelievable. Still the same 8-year-old. Now here you could bust the insane bughouse sacrifice like bishop f7 or something. I'm tempted to do it, you know, but it's probably not objectively quote unquote correct to play. Arsenal would play it against me in a rapid game probably. Bishop takes f7. Just for kicks and giggles, no, I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of that. So I'm kind of doubting that this is actually, where is the Riddler? I don't think this is Riddler. I don't believe it. I thought somebody did play a dubious sacrifice like this against me at some point. Knight takes c6 is extremely greedy, speaking of psychology. I like knight c4. Can you imagine when 8-year-olds have children? That's what it's like having Nedog as a parent. Having an 8-year-old parent, like imagine what that's like for his child. Like you're more mature than your father. It's like a Bill Cosby comedy skit or something. Ice cream for breakfast, shit like that. All right, I haven't got my chair yet, Ned. I know that you're really interested about that. It's all a scam. I'm really gonna spend it on ice cream. My donations. All right, guys, I gotta get glasses and a new chair. The chair is killing me. I have terrible posture. I need a therapeutic massage. And I can't see anything. So I'm basically playing blindfold every game. Queen c7. Interesting. That. All right. Now you've gone too far. You have gone too far. But the refutation isn't necessarily to do anything flashy. Black's position refutes itself, I think, objectively here. We don't need to sacrifice bishops on f7 to win this game. It may be possible, but ultimately it refutes itself. No need to be flashy. You could just play the London system with bishop f4 or bishop g5 or whatever. You know, everything is good here. It's all good. I like bishop g5. Developing. Now, I blundered e5, and now I'm playing like the worst Spanish of my life. Congratulations. I mean, I don't know, dude. It would be funny if it's like, let's guess it's like Morales. This is Ragozin. Okay, anyway, we're done guessing. Ragozin, congratulations. I played e5 by mouse slip. So that's like literally the worst move on the board for black. I was just clicking squares. Like, I would never play e5 unless you paid me thousands of dollars to play e5 there. It totally helps. The move like literally helps white. If I want to lose, like e5 is definitely a candidate move. It's not the structure that's the problem. It's the placement of white's pieces, you know. He has totally like beautiful, ideal open line to f7. I mean, you couldn't give him better shot. Castle. I have no counterplay. Arsenal fan is the glasses. The glass is half full if I'm in a good mood. You're very similar to me in that respect. I think we're both like bipolar optimistic. I think I have like bipolar optimistic pessimism. Either I'm way too optimistic or way too pessimistic. To the point of being, it's like a bipolar thing. It took me only recently I really realized it, you know. Hey. Wow, back to D2. Arsenal fan, that's you. Oh my god. I thought you would... Well, Bipolar Bear became bipolar after being Cocaine Bear, I guess. I thought you would take on f6 there. Bishop takes f6. Oh, okay. You don't have to. I mean, this is weird, though. You know, it's a little bit passive, but okay, fine. I'd never faced rook c1, and, you know, I think I expected you to take. And I don't even know what I was going to do, honestly. I think I was going to take with the queen. I mean, I could try something weird, but... Okay. Anyway. Speaking of modern strategy, this is a classic... We got 11 IMZOs. This is Nettie, use your time. You're not using your time. Cormoran is a good blitz player. He's used a lot more time than Nettie. I think they should have cocaine the sequel, Cocaine Hippopotamus. I guess hippopotami are just too difficult to work with. Bears are easy. You know, if Black's king wasn't on d8, but his rook was on d8 and his king was on c8, we would have like a completely normal sort of Scandinavian here. You just simply put the rook on d8 and move your king there. You do like a transvestite. Black's position would only be slightly worse. Cheesy Noob is back. Oh. Long time no see. Castles. Well, I mean, I don't have to castle. My queen is short of squares here. Knight g5 looks like an option. But what I don't want to do is trade queens. Definitely. h3, Black ignores it. Temporarily. I'm sure the castles is fine, but I just want to think, you know, is there anything else? Oh my god. What was that? Wind just like slammed the door. Scared the hell out of me. I didn't know what it was. There was like sudden like insane wind surge that just sucked the window in the bathroom, slammed it closed. It was really loud. All right, Cheesy Noob, distracted. I'm distracted. D5. Man, it's been a while since I played Cheesy Noob. He's used no time, purposely playing like a bad variation. There's a Lufthof. It's a classic system in old buildings. This like air like shaft, so that, you know, your poop smell can go out in that of the building. You open the window in the bathroom, it goes into the Lufthof, and if there's another draft somewhere in the house, it just like sucks it like really hard, and there was some sort of vacuum effect. I thought like someone slammed a door or something. I didn't know what it was. So I have no squares for my queen. This is really scary. Wow. h3. He'll give me the bishop. What? Nefedov played knight d8? Oh my god! Wow. That is insane. I've never seen like anything like this in the Schliemann before. I mean, it's logical though. I mean, for all I know, like this is the refutation of what I did here, but I didn't expect him to pull the knight back. You know, this is a natural maneuver. And he also has c6. And also has knight f7. My basic fear was that Nefedov knows the line and I don't, you know, but I think it's very possible that neither of us knows what we're doing here. I mean, neither of us is in book, so to speak. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just like totally stupid and no one's ever played this with white, but now I have a problem. Bishop g5. c6. Bishop takes f6. Pawn takes f6. I lose a piece. Well, I mean, the c6 thing has to be resolved, so we might as well just play bishop a4. That's going to be mandatory anyway. We want a piece here. Oh, this is AP a7. Where's the Riddler, by the way? Like, whatever happened to Riddler? There's Pirate, a5. Nedok, I'm sorry you're missing these simuls. Lufthoff. He comments for chess 24. Yeah, Grandmaster Lufthoff. Mr. Slow is a big fan. Don't forget to open the window and to the Lufthoff. My building is like, you know, these Hungarian buildings are like from pre-war. Actually, the neighborhood I lived in was a Jewish occupied district in Hungary. This was a building that was, a lot of residents were Jews who were persecuted during World War II. This neighborhood in particular, the 13th district, was traditionally lots of old buildings, 100+ years old. This building really, I don't know when it was built, maybe the very early 1900s. It's got the classic hallmarks of early 20th century architecture. But the Lufthof there is a weird concept where you can... Yeah, no, the quality of the buildings is good. My other apartment is also in an old building, you know, that goes back to the early 1900s. Yeah, if it was like a modern building, it would have probably fallen apart by now. All these buildings, my both apartments are in buildings pre-war, early 1900s. So the first one does need a lot of work. The one I'm in now is well maintained. The biggest problem with my first apartment is really the building itself. Once in a while, some of these old buildings get so worn down they have to be torn down, and that's obviously like a catastrophe. And it's a tragedy. You know, sometimes the buildings are preserved by some money that's like earmarked for historical structures and stuff, but there are a lot of buildings like this in Budapest. I mean, it's an old city, you know. It's weird, though. I mean, coming from the States, you know, Boston's pretty old, actually, though. All right, I lived in Boston, but nothing that I lived in Boston was close to these buildings. Obviously, the UK, you know, you have a lot of cottages that are probably like 300 years old. All right. Here we go. I've definitely played, I only play for fun's line with white. Oh, this is what I was talking about in the other game, Rook e8. Rodney just lost a piece. I need to pay closer attention to the game of Mr. Slow. What the hell just happened here? Played a4, I played rook b8, he just traded, okay. So now, this is Musashi, Alright, so I have a strong pawn on e4, and my advice would be not to play the martial defense against anybody unless it's like blitz or maximum rapid. Do not play this opening with black in serious games. It's not good enough. It's only good enough as like a trap, sort of trashy side variation to play, maybe as a surprise, but even this line is better for white. Like seriously, this endgame is much better for white. Because with the queens off the board, my king not being able to castle doesn't matter that much, and ultimately all that really matters is this pawn on e4. Mr. Pawn, to you. Mr. Pawn is, sir. Well, Mr. Coffee said he's playing in a quad, right? Bishop takes h3. If knight f4, it's a nice knight you've got on e5, though. What if I just play f4? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe f4 is a little too ambitious. The problem is f3, bishop h3, and knight takes f3. I can't remember what the computer suggested here. I have the weird feeling that knight d5 was a move. But, you know, the more I think about it, the more I'm thinking, like, this is the move, actually. I was supposed to play knight to d5. Like, dropping my f2 pawn with check or something? It's like a trade. I'm supposed to play knight to d5. I mentioned it and then I didn't follow up on it, but I never really looked at it deeply. I think it's knight d5, knight takes f2 check, king e1, knight h1, knight c7 check, king d8, knight takes a8, blah 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 blah. But like white's a step ahead of the game or something like that. So, but anyway, all right. I'm just playing the position based on not on tactics but strategic concepts. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not better here, but I feel like the pawn gives me some pull. Okay, I've got knight d5 anyway, right? Why is this not just good? You've got knight d6 now, bishop d6, your other knight d6. What about the face hugger? Face hugger with knight b5. How effective is this face hugger? Ultimately, knight b5, knight a6. Are we going to need a surgical operation to have it removed? It's not easy for me to follow up on that. You know, what am I going to do? Like bishop f4, f6. So what, you know? I just feel like this face hugger isn't that, it's not really that venomous. So I need to develop my pieces, figure out what I'm doing with my king. The d4 square is kind of weak. There is one good point of knight b5. It would prevent him from playing knight c6 and sticking something on d4. All the good movies aren't coming out till next year. All right. Yeah, well, anyway, my knight's also on the side of the board here, which kind of sucks. Not my biggest issue. I don't like this d4 square. So knight b5. Knight d5. Knight d5, bishop d6, f4. What if I go... What if I just go psycho? Let's do it. Wow. That's definitely not Cheesy Noob playing with black. No, he's a fan of the bishops. You're like trying to make a meme out of your position. All right. Now black is really in trouble. But d5, bishop takes d5, rook d1. He has c6. Still not over. d5, bishop d5, castles queenside. Still not over. There's no way to finish him off immediately. Knight d5 is interesting, though. Knight, your other d5. I've been holding off on that. Knight, you play too fast. You gotta slow down. You gotta slow down. You're playing like bullet here. Alright. That bishop is toast. But maybe I should castle first. I'd like to wait, really. Let's wait. Please wait. The mouse slip was catastrophic for me in this game. Arsenal's in solid mode. Modra. We use that terminology in Hungarian. You know what's really weird? Yesterday, someone mentioned it, and I never really realized that the Hungarian name Zoltán is obviously from the Arabic, Turkish people saying Sultan. It's like, duh. I mean, I think I did like conceive of this at one point, but Zoltan is like extremely common name. The Turks had a huge influence on the culture here, but that name goes back to the very, very old history. Not like modern Turkish invasions. I mean, this is like really old. Bishop d5. Oh my god. Wow. You got an answer for everything. Speaking of players who don't use your time, this guy is, I think he's a candidate to get, you gotta start using some time, bro. You're like just playing too fast. All right. So bishop for knight, bishop for knight. Yep. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to castle at first. Here's a funny idea. Screw you. Man, Asterbait, what is up, bro? I think we're gonna have to just start playing on intuition. There's no time for calculation anymore. I'm also gonna have to tune out the commentary on the in the chat at this point. Really focus on games now. This is weird. Pretty weird, honestly. There's like nothing I can do. Alright, I'm gonna try this. That's gotta be a mistake, right? Shit. Yeah, Cormoran is pushing the envelope. Really not that easy to play this position. Okay. This is ridiculous. These guys are back. Cheesy Noob, AP87. You're just both back at the same time. But AP87, dude. You're almost as crazy as Cheesy Noob. Yeah, this is important. Get that in. So Morales is playing what? Morales is playing the French defense. Oh my god. Wow. Was that a French defense? Really? French defense transposing to Martial defense. One of the many Martial defenses, right? There's so many now, it's like confusing. Too many openings called the Martial defense. I feel like I'm playing a GM here. And I guess it's easy when you play stuff that no one else is willing to play. It's like marginally playable. And ultimately, yeah, that's like the Kraken. Ultimately, that's why. Wow, Nefedov going with B5, dude. What's up, dude? Have you taken your medication today? Nedog. A totally safe move. What could possibly go wrong with B5? So I just blundered a piece. This guy uses no time for the whole game. He's 1500. I beat him twice. And now, like, instantaneous moves, I'm gonna, like, blunder a piece. What is going on, dude? I totally forgot that the bishop on g5 was hanging. I'm lucky I'm not losing a whole piece here. I have to play queen f3. This is really sad. And now I'm a pawn down in an ending against a guy who used no time for the whole game and played an utterly absurd, maybe like the worst, probably the worst Scandinavian I've ever seen. So now what am I supposed to play? h6, the standard. Rook e8. Rook e8, d4, bishop f8. Is that one of those traps, like bishop takes a7, king f7, knight g5 check? Nah. Alright, I'm going to go for it. Oh, the Bee Gees, yeah. You're not old enough to really be a Bee Gees fan. We're not old enough. I mean, jumping on the Bee Gees bandwagon. All right. You're never too young to be a Bee Gees fan. Okay, dude. All right. Disco's not cool. Netog. Dude, I know all about the roller rink, okay? I grew up in New Jersey. Do realize that. People like have their birthday party at the roller rink. I had really poor roller skating skills. I mean, I just suck. You know, I don't know. Skating skills. I could roller skate. Ice skating was a total disaster. I couldn't really ice skate. I tried. I sort of did, but at least with roller skating, I kind of roller skated, but poorly. I just didn't have a natural skill for. Just didn't have a rhythm. And then your Latin blood makes roller skating easier. Oh, I'm so tired. Do they have roller skating in like Baja? I mean, roller skating is more difficult. The ice, dude, is like harder. Somehow it feels worse. I don't know. Falling down on the ice always seemed worse than falling down like on the wood somehow to me, but I guess ice is just like cold and unpleasant. Purchase. Well, it's a completely different thing. Dude, Nedog, I heard like Baja California is getting like trendy again. I mean, Baja, Mexico, you know. What is it, like one of the safer places to go? Probably. All right. In the Hollywood era, you know, it was popular, right, with like Hollywood stars and stuff. Since the rest of Mexico is like too unsafe to go to, basically. You need a local guide. You should be a local guide, Nedog. Boss German. Oh, this is a joke. Okay. I gotta stop chatting. You guys are distracting me, and I'm down to 26 minutes. I have a headache from sleep deprivation. Come on, this is tough. Bishop d6. It's nice that he doesn't have pressure on the f2 for a change. But Morales is a little out of his element here, I will say. I would say. Willwood. Wormwood. Yeah, that's a nice knight you don't have on e4. 21 minutes now. Dude is very close to getting, like, perma-banned from Simuls. Yeah, of every 1500 can play against an IM using no time at all, playing the most dubious opening in the world and swing it without anything bad happening. He's just lucky. Reminds me of some poker players I know, you know. It's amazing how astoundingly badly you can play and not lose or even win. It's just... Yeah, well, the element of luck is not as strong in chess. It still seems like there is one, despite popular beliefs. There really does seem to be an element of luck in chess. Rook e1, e4 now. e4, knight e1. Okay, you can't do that yet. What am I supposed to play, though? I don't want to play d4, e4. Rook e1 allows e4. Knight c3 is lame. I can play, like, a3, but how am I going to prepare d4 without him playing e4? e4, d4, e4, knight h4. All I can do is the hedgehog. This has a similar feel. It's hedgehog or bust, basically. Here I have knight a6. Interesting interpretation. Tortoise defense. Bullet chess continues. Hard to believe this guy's 1500. He's actually 1600, 1800. I don't know, man. This game is kind of weird. Next. Nice save there. I mean, I might have enough compensation for the pawn, but I mean, the guy was like -7, and it's all gone. Like, all of my advantage is gone. But it disturbs me that he's able to play that fast without making any blunders. That's the goal, though, right? Just play superficial chess as fast as possible without hanging pieces. It's a pretty effective strategy at this in this format. Let's say h4. Tricky guy. Dude, boom, with the c6. "26 minutes. 26 minutes. They're doing the exact opposite of what I ask everybody to do. Take your time. I'm going to do the exact opposite of what he said and not take my time. It's annoying, you know? Why does everyone do the exact opposite of what I asked? I asked them to take their time, and they don't take their time. Except for Acerbate, who's not really playing at all. He's just like off somewhere, pretending to play. Okay, it's cool. Nefedov used a little bit of time. Definitely above the average. Complex position. I have to get my pieces out, and about. Bishops are overrated, right? Cheesy noob. H3. Bishop G5. That's a nice bishop you've got on C5, isn't it? Nef Edov. Heroku did an acerbate. Don't know where your time went. Yeah, that knight is... One thing I've noticed in these tower types of positions is really the value of the knight on e4 in IQP type positions can be very high. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes b5. That's a combative move you've got there, bro. I'm really happy about that. No, don't use any time. It's cool. Yeah, even I play for fun, use his increments, which is like a record. Yeah, I hate this variation. Did I tell you guys that? No, did you forget to take your medication today? Okay. Yeah, this is a book, right? I think even f6 exists, theoretically. The mouse slip game. Played the sickest move ever, e5. Now my rook is on b8, so even taking on f4 is like kind of stupid. But white started to play really weird and passively. Weirdly passively. Bishop e6. That's ugly too. Only my rook wasn't on b8. Maybe I could take on f4. Now it just... Okay, I could take and play like knight h5 maybe. And then what? You know, what's the point? Take, play knight h5. And then put my bishop... I mean, put my knight back, like... Put it back on f6 or something. Yeah. Alright, you played the Kraken. You faced the Kraken. Krakalopodus. Yeah. So he's still fine. Bishop's not doing anything on g5 now. 23 minutes, dude. You're going to be on my no playlist. I think he did this before and I forgot. I think this player did the exact same thing before. They tried to play for time. In fact, this happened twice, right? All right, I got to block them. Is it? Maybe I'm wrong. Was it you who's playing bullet chess against me every game? Seriously? I don't understand why they're playing bullet chess against me. d4, bishop f8. Chairman of bullet chess. Someone was like just radically playing for the clock. A couple of simuls. Nobody's perfect. Of course we're... Of course we're... Oh my god, Rook takes b4. Well, I mean, it kind of proves my point, though. Why is that guy playing so fast? Don't understand. I mean, I go out of my way to ask people to take the game seriously in my in the notes to the simul, you know. Understand why nobody can like listen. G4 or G3? Or Bishop G5 winning his queen? What do you guys like better? Doesn't win the queen. Alright. Cracoloptopus. No, here's another guy. I mean, they're just bulleting. It's like ridiculous, dude. I mean, I think that the problem is that that's what they're doing like on a regular basis. They just carry it over to my simul from other places, from other things. Maybe I should just take on e5 at some point here and just commit to the all-out massacre on the king side. But I think honestly I still don't have to commit, you know. Draw. Faruku wasted time. Wait a minute. Can I play bishop a6? I can. It's not necessarily a good move. Arsenal going for it with the e4. Wow, that's ballsy. You have more testosterone than the woman in my poker game, dude. Oh my god, I thought it was my turn. That's illegal. That's the one problem I can't castle. Oh, his king's on d8. Well, that's a relief. I was like, oh man, I can't castle. But my opponent's king's on d8. Crazy. Poor Acerbate. This is pretty bad. You will... This is like the ultimate Najdorf kingside attack in a sort of f4 variation. Looks like. Yeah, now this is extra good. Extra good. King h8. Yeah, I really don't like that diagonal, if I'm being perfectly honest. Nef Idov. We have problems I'm gonna pull a cheesy noob here at some point and like give up my bishops for knights. I have knight takes e5. That's not good. Bishop c1. Jesus. Bishop takes e6 is bad. Everything's bad. Jeez. I think I have to take here. Alright, e5 is not on the menu today. This is really sick, dude. I had that. The tactic. Yeah, people don't understand the tactical, the dynamic with the times here. You know, I think they really don't get it, you know. Do I take on c3? It's not necessary. Damn, Mr. Still, what are you doing? Do you have to do that? Knight g5? Are you freaking kidding me? That works here. In this position, it just happens to work. Really? Normally it doesn't work like in these Spanishes ever. It's never anything. He'll find the one position where it just happens to work like perfectly. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Playing for time in the 30-minute Simul game. Even Nefedov's only used 2 minutes of his initial time. Oh, man. All right. Even Nefedov. This is a beautiful position. So e5. Oh my God. Positional. The white is like a positional genius. It's weird. It's weird, man. I mean, you play like differently every game. All right, I guess I'll go back. Normally I can associate people with a style of play. What I only play for fun is like, it's impossible to even like remotely pin him down. I just don't see it, really. F5 takes, knight takes or something. All right, Cheesy Noob. Cheesy Noob has gone. He's gone pretty far here, pretty far out. Oh, man, all right. C4, yeah. He has gone far out. A4. Let's do A4. Pawn Hunter. Jeez. It's crazy. All right. I'm gonna ban anyone just if they're playing ridiculously fast. It's nothing personal, but I don't want to play you anymore in future simuls if you don't use any time and you play it like a bullet game. I mean, don't take it as a personal insult if I block you, but I really do not want to play these people who have like 28 minutes left. It's a waste of my time, honestly. So in order to remember, I'm gonna like press the block button. What's up, Chess Love? What's up, Love? I'll call you Love since we don't know your name. All right. Now G4. Rook here. Do not play way too quickly. But what's the point? Would be my question, Nefidov. I lost a piece. What a surprise. Yeah. Now I'm losing to Mr. Slow in 14 moves. Of course. Rook h5. A very natural move. Was I trapping his queen all along with e5? Yeah, I'm just not going to play these guys. It's nothing personal, but in order to remember not to play them, I have to block them. Corman is, like, for example, a very good blitz player, and he's used his time down to 6-7 minutes. This is the way you're supposed to do it. Use your time. You've got a 40-second increment per move. These guys are literally playing the first 25 moves in less than 40 seconds a move. Why would you do that? Because you've got 40 seconds to move every single move forever. It's not like you're going to get in time pressure. I mean, even if you do get in time pressure, you can make a move in 40 seconds. That's the point. Use your initial time. It's there for a reason, This is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I agree. It's hard to beat back the bad habits. But when I ask people, like, in the description of the Simul, like, hey, please, don't do that, and they still do it. They don't care, all right, but anyway, whatever. I'm just, raging as usual. It's cool. Knight b5, rook takes a6. So Mr. Slow just like beat me in 14 moves in the opening because I didn't play h6, an obscure variation of the Spanish. Yeah, he acts like he's from Boston, but like he knows people there. Boston, Maryland, it's it's the same thing. It's like Maryland, Boston. It's only like 600 miles apart or something. I used to do tournaments. You did? I don't know. All right, running out of time for something new and totally different. I'm gonna stop reading the chat. Nedog is distracting. I can't read the chats. It's too hard for me to concentrate when I do that. So what happened? Bishop e7, bishop f4. Wasn't your bishop on f4 before? It was never on f4. Oh, you. This is like a finesse. I'm just gonna resign here. I mean, I just feel like I'm playing God again. I just don't have time. I mean, if you play, you better be I don't understand. I mean, you're like a d4 player who plays this like perfectly. Unusual. Unless you're extremely experienced d4, tournament player. It's becoming an e4 opening. I'm like positionally lost. I mean, this is not good. I don't like getting into the ridiculous time pressure here, but shit happens. All right. So this guy is 2100 and he I see, rook d8, okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna offer a draw. Maybe he'll just agree to a draw. Okay. This was the mouse slip game. White has still better. White is still better. I kind of... He's also very quick. 2200. I neutralized some of my disadvantage, but not enough. Ragozin seems happy to just play like really solidly. Wow. Speaking of solid. Heroku also changed styles. Would play like really insane craziness, and now he's almost like a different player. Completely toned it down. It's interesting. I don't see that often. In general, most players are over the top aggressive. Which is really bad. Well, I see this online primarily. Strike while the iron's hot. Default setting is over the top aggression for most players. Which, I mean, to me, it doesn't make sense to play like that against higher rated players under almost any circumstance, you know? It just doesn't make sense. You should not play wildly aggressive chess against a superior opponent. Good game, Romy. Thank you. Though you will get that advice from people, I think it's faulty. Like rolling the dice, doing the proverbial Hail Mary and shit like that. I think you want to complicate against weaker players, and they'll be more likely, give them more chances to make mistakes, unless you're specifically like a tactical player. Okay, it depends on how tactical or strategic your style is, which tendency you have, more closed positions or not. But across the board, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most aggressive and 1 being the most passive, it seems like most people, this should be like a 5 or a 6. They're like 8s or 9s in terms of how aggressively they play. And I think, there has to be really a reason behind this, Wow. So does that like win a pawn? You win a pawn with the move knight e5? Well, that's lucky. Congratulations. Holy shit. Knight e5 wins a pawn. Morales playing his first French defense. It's unbelievable. Best German offer to draw. No. He has less time and offer to draw. Whoa. I see Rogozin played solidly, and what's his next move? G4. This particular position is not that crazy, but still it's kind of ironic, I would say it's a little ironic. He's been playing very solidly, and suddenly comes with the G4, Okay. If you say so. Looks fine. It's a move. I only play for time. Yeah, this is not my speciality. Rook b4 doesn't do anything. Believable. Losing my b pawn. How many center pawn loss do you have here? Jesus Christ. I'm not going to give you my h2 pawn. This is not good for black. Oh my god. Rook e8. You gotta love that move. I checked this. You better not have any tricks here. No, Ragozin's playing too fast, too. People get excited and they're like they don't read the description of the Simul. The bottom line is, you expect people to read something? I know that's asking a lot, right? I'm expecting people to read. Are you serious? Read the Simul description. You have to be kidding me. Wow. That's a hell of a move to play there, bro. No, the center's got to go. How does this happen? All right, this guy's on the list. The list of players I will not play again because they don't use their time and they're interested in just winning on time. Waste of time. He's used -3 minutes for the entire game. The only reason White has a decent position here, by the way, is my mouse slip earlier. He would be in trouble probably by now if it wasn't for that. He manages to have an advantage here. I made probably the most ridiculous mouse slip ever in this game. Why is my king still there on h8? I wanted to move it at one point. What is Nefedov's rating, bro? Like, seriously. I don't understand how your FIDE rating isn't higher, Nefedov. I mean, your BCF or whatever, it's really not high enough. You play like a brutally strong game here against me. I thought I was okay, and I'm not. Damn. He's very confident against me. Apparently he knows me too well. What happened? Man, dude, F4. Wow. Speaking of aggression. Wow, I just blundered a pawn. Sort of. You could put it that way, I guess. Not really. All right. Sort of, but not really. I'm just here for the bullet chess. We need merch that says that. There's kind of parallel between Arsenal fan and Cormorant's games. They're both these like similar Marazzi. Marazzi theme. No unnecessary pawn moves. Jesus Christ, Nefedov. It's like playing God. When are you going to blunder or use some time? He just is killing me. I still haven't castled here. Am I ever going to actually castle? Wow. It's time to castle. Yeah, the moves just keep... They just keep flying in with this guy. We gotta ban him. He's only here for the bullet chess. It's just ridiculous, dude. My score against Roku is 114-7. Wow. I think it might be better. It might be better than my score against Asterbait. I don't know, dude. Cormoran is falling apart here. And he's a good player. Oh, I still am not winning, but it looks kind of promising against him. I didn't understand how the bleep I like lost a pawn from like a position where I didn't make any mistakes against Morales. How does that lose a pawn? How do I lose a pawn in that position? There's like no justice. No justice in this world. Yeah, Cormoran is really collapsing here. Maybe he has a way to save it. Nice. Mate. Damn, dude. Where is this attack coming from? You're attacking me? So I lost how many games? Just one? I've only lost one? That's unbelievable. I lost to Mr. Slow. I must have lost more. Be losing more. I'm losing more. They just... Morales hasn't finished me off yet. That's all. I lose to the same people every week. The regulars. Morales. Nefedov. Mr. Slow. Someone on sound. Alright. Jesus Christ. This is a weird game. I should be like killing black in this game. And he's still alive. Well, I don't have any choice, I guess. That's that. Hello. Castle Queenside. Yeah, Cormoran reminds me now of those games when I played against him. What I played against him a long time ago. There was one... I feel like there was one game I still remember where he swindled me in a really bad position. Man. Morales, you're so technical, you know? Where did this technical style come from? He was never so trading pieces and stuff. All right. Tense game against Arsenal fan. This is the one that, would be the most interesting if we have enough time. Jesus, this is also weird, but different kind of game. Okay. I mean, I feel like I'm playing an engine against Nefedov. I'm not saying he is an engine. He's just like playing like an engine. He's that good, Really. I know he's not an engine, but he's literally playing like very compact, solid chess. Like you feel like you're playing this like. If the guy plays the Schliemann, who plays the Schliemann like that? Come on, you got to be aggressive and wild and sacrifice pieces. He's just smashing me positionally. I think it's a weird opening choice for Nefedov too, and I always have said that. It's weird that he plays the Schliemann. Like who plays the Schliemann with that kind of style? Haruku winning. Haruku's playing a fantastic game, by the way. Everybody's a freaking genius here. Look at this. Creeping forward at me. Creeping, creeping, creeping. Very tense position against the Arsenal. Creepy, creepy. All right, too many people playing for time around here. But look at Sneaky Guy. I mean, Cormoran is like, what are you trying to pin my queen or something? I mean, I am in a dangerous place there. All right. So another exchange of pieces. He wins another pawn. What? You sacrifice a piece. All right. That's not very common here. People sacrificing pieces against me. Finally, Nefedov like cashes in his pressure. Jesus Christ, dude. Heroku, I mean, seriously, you've like totally changed your entire playing style. That's very difficult. Very difficult to accept, dude. Remember the Caro-Kann he played against me a little while ago? Anybody remember that? It was like playing Petrosian or something. I don't know, man. I'm like paranoid. I don't trust anybody. It's like even my own mom. All right, what's going on here? An 86 self pin? That's got to be good. Jesus Christ, dude. Cheesy noob. Maybe the most difficult player I've ever faced in terms of like I can't even believe how they play chess. Beyond anything what I've seen before. Thanks, Chess Lover. Beyond anything I've seen before, Cheesy Noob is just like an alien. And another amazing tactic from Morales, who played like a 5 center pawn game with black. Heroku's playing like a grandmaster. Wow. So weird. I just can't believe how accurately and perfectly people play. It's so clean style. Nettie actually sacrificed a piece, you know, so he did something human and like irrational. But everyone else, okay, Arsenal is also human. Has a very human style. Knight f3. I mean, I guess, you know, you can sense the people who play with computers all the time and the people who don't, you know? It's like influencing their style of play to the point where they start to play like computers, supposedly. Yeah, this is unreal, right? Very unreal game. But Cormoran plays tactically, not like strategic computer style. It's like, what is this, dude? Heroku, are you serious? You're telling me this is you. You're not an engine or something. Because you're playing completely like a computer in this game. He's 107 against me. I mean, and now he suddenly started to play like an engine. His style absolutely changed like overnight from insanely wild to totally compact and tight. Like he's a completely different person in the last couple of games, dude. That's not really normal. You don't just suddenly start becoming a completely different player. You could look at the games that Heroku played against me. I mean, it's like you'd have to have like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde personality disorder to play like he's playing against me in the Simul game. This guy totally like went crazy and threw away a huge advantage. Is my queen trapped yet? Yeah, Cormoran has all kinds of crazy tactics all the time. I got lucky here though. I have queen takes c5. He missed queen takes c5. Wow. That's the first luck I've had in this thing. This Simul. It looked like Cormoran had me in trouble. Wow, this guy's still here. That's so weird. He waited till he had a lost position and started thinking. God, cheesy noob. Cheesy noob is just unbelievable. So many interesting players stylistically that are hard to play against here. Wow. What am I gonna do? Wait a minute. I just don't get how you get from being like a complete and utter total maniac to playing like Petrosian or something a month later, you know? It's like you're playing a different player. You know, there's no way I'm playing the same player. Oh shit. I guess I'm losing my pawn. Well, that sucks. Jesus Christ, it hurts my head to play this guy. It really does. Every game is 2 knights against 2 bishops. It's so weird. Wow. Rook takes f4. Haruku actually blundered. They're playing like Petrosian. Oh, man. Wow. You guys promise you're going to blow these good positions, right? You promise. It's a draw. Probably it was a draw anyway, even though it was a pawn up. How is this guy 1500, dude? Alright, whatever. King g5. Wow. This move is impossible. That's impossible. You can't play that move. That's illegal. Corman has the cheesy noob system. Just a matter of time until I blunder something. All right. This is a draw. I could get my knight trapped. Oh, my knight is trapped. Yes. H5. I have to be careful not to lose, actually. Phew, I could lose. Who Arsenal fan, man? Oh my god. What? Rook there? Wow. And a tactic. And we have a tactic. Do you see that? Rook takes f3. Rook takes f3. Alert. Hello? This guy, man. New Nefedov. Same as the old Nefedov. That would be a timely queen exchange, bro. Yeah, you can... What does he have against bishops anyway? The tactic again? That's crazy, man. He's got cheesy noob disease. Dude, what are you doing? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't offer draws in lost positions, man. That's really not cool. Please don't be doing that. Yeah. It's crazy. I'm a pawn down against Cheesy Noob in an endgame. That's not really possible, dude, honestly. It's basically impossible to get a position like that with your king on d8 against an IM and be able to navigate to that kind of position. That's hard to believe, bro. Hard to believe. Arsenal fan, master of tension. I like it. It's very hard to believe. Using no time, you can outplay me to that level where you basically have a lost position after 5 moves and you can just completely outplay me using half the time that I do. This is very hard to believe. I mean, it's almost like you're trolling me. I have a tactic. It can't possibly work. There's no way you would have a tactic against this guy. Look at the way he plays. It's unbelievable. What's your FIDE rating? Like 2,300? I mean, damn, bro. He's probably higher rated than me, judging by the way he plays. Knight takes. Yeah, I have this maybe. Also fearless, like totally fearless. How are people so fearless? Oh, Nefedov. What's that now? Rook takes. Rook takes, pawn takes, a5. Rook b6. Rook b8. a6, b3, a7. This is not surprising. Another intermezzo, just perfectly timed. No tactics work for me. Wow, what a coincidence. Do I have anything? No. I gotta give up, dude. Whatever. Just don't think so. Too clean. It's just too clean, bro. Your game is too clean. Bishop takes e5. This is like, why don't you resign? Speaking of too clean. Alright. This is embarrassing, this guy, that he won't resign. President of a chess club. I mean, dude. Wow. What a tough game. I don't know, dude. Cheesy Noob, it's just out of control. I mean, I don't think so either. I really think it's just... I don't think so, dude. I don't think that's a legit game. I think you're, like, purposely playing some absurd opening and then playing with an engine after that. I mean, it's just no way. No way you can play like that, dude. Using that amount of time, that's bullshit. I am not gonna play that anymore, dude. It's ridiculous. It's even like trolling me. I thought you'd come back to the stream and really be like legit, dude, but that's like humiliating. You play king d8 and then turn on the engine and play like a perfect game. Black here finally resigned. The cheesy new game is just, it's insane. I'm sorry, dude, but there's no way you do that against a titled player. It's just really weird. Too many weird games. Where the hell is my Simul? It can't be done. 4 losses. Where's the remaining games? Yeah, Arsenal fan. Yeah, dude. Alright, whatever. Sorry, Dodoros, I can't accept that level of play from a 1600, dude. You wouldn't even be like the 15th board on my team or something like that and play like that. That's ridiculous. You're playing like 2300 level. Are you from Romania by any chance? I just can't accept this every game you play like, you know, God. It's just ridiculous, dude. Whatever you say, you know. You're 1600 FIDE. I have students who are 1600 FIDE. They don't play like that. What you just played was basically like a human using a computer. Whatever. I don't understand how people really think like I'm gonna believe this stuff. You think I can't tell that I'm playing a computer? Whatever. Nifida, what are you doing there? A6? Are you trying to win or lose? I guess this is a really weird way of Nefedov trying to win. While trying, he's sort of symbolically trying to win. Wonder if I could play Rook A5. Rook A5, B2. Rook B5. I'm going to punish him here. Famous last words. Arsenal, I think, was close to winning, and now it looks much more likely to be equal, or maybe even like just a draw. Maybe I'm being optimistic again. Basically, I play computers all day long in like unrated games. 25% of my opponents are engines, so I'm pretty used to like I've pretty much practiced playing people cheating with computers like on a daily basis. I'm very familiar with what it feels like. Well, I mean, I don't think Nefidot was ever defending. He was better the whole game, and we wouldn't really. I don't think the defending would really ever factor into this game, Antonio. He was better the whole game, and then he's kind of like over pressing at the moment when he no longer has winning chances. The cheesy guy looks really dubious. Yeah, there's something not okay there. I played him a lot, and he wasn't always cheating, but this game was. I'm not gonna play him anymore. No, Asterbait, this wasn't a legit game. He disappears for a long time, comes back, and now, this game was played against me. I thought he was legit too, but this game was too weird. You have to look at the game, Masturbate. You can't give him credit because in the past we seemed like he was reliable. People change, and it's been a long time since he played on my stream. That game is like absurd, you know. It's one thing if people cheat against me and they just cheat, but this is like getting a lost position, seeing how lost position you can get, and then like trolling me almost by using the computer. Yeah, I don't know. He keeps calling me. Yeah, people call me. Yeah, it's just constantly people cheating. I don't trust anyone. Bill is an American nickname for William. Sometimes they use it in the UK, but not as much. A lot of people like in Hungary, they think I'm like British or something. But Bill is a very American. It's a very American nickname. I'd be surprised if at least 2 games in this thing weren't computers. He's allowing the fork trick. Queen takes knight. Queen takes knight. Queen takes knight. Queen takes queen. Knight e4 check. King e3. Knight takes. Pawn takes a6. Knight b5 only move. Now king e4. Or king e4. King f7. King d5. King e7. King c6. I mean, I'm actually in trouble there. Wait a second. I have a fork on c7. King e4, king f7, king d5. Knight c7 check. King c6, knight a6. Now it's time to torture Nefedov. I got really scared when it didn't let me make the move there against Arsenal fan. Threatening king e6. Maybe I'm winning? Is it possible? Knight a7, king d6 probably is not good. But I have this, and I can't be losing. The question is it a draw or am I winning? Arsenal played too quickly, blundered the fork. But the a-pawn is really bad for the knight, so it may only be a draw, I'm not sure. This is kind of technical. It was really, really unnecessary for him to play that fast there, obviously. Nefedov comfortably drawing down a pawn in this king and pawning game. Knight b4. Knight b4. Maybe I have chances. I have to play knight b4 now. Chances to what? Do I have chances to lose or what here? We'll see. What are you doing? Wait a second. a5. King d6. I'm just going to do what a grandmaster would do, and not agree to a draw yet. Torture these guys. Make up for those cheaters. I gotta get my points back from the cheaters. "17 wins, 2 draws, 4 losses." I have had way less draws lately. I've been trying to just... I lost to Morales. I lost to Mr. Slow in 14 moves. I fell in an opening trap. Sort of trap. It's weird. It's not even a trap. I mean, it's more like I just was stupid. And then, of course, the cheesy new absurdity. Because that makes so much sense, And Yeah, it's like he's cherry picking moves from an engine and playing like weird stuff. Whatever. I'm not gonna deal with that. Then there's the 1600 players who play like they're 2300. Okay, sure. You see, these guys are good players. Arsenal fan and Nefidov. They're both approximately 1900 ELO. They make mistakes. You know, it's funny how they make mistakes, yet the guy who's 1600 FIDE plays like a computer, you know, and doesn't make any mistakes. So the 1900s play and make mistakes. All right. I mean, ELO 1900s, which is pretty good. Not too shabby. Oh man, I had a very tough night last night. I was playing poker until 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m., and only 5.5 hours of sleep. I'm an 8 hours of sleep guy. Sorry you missed it, someone on sound. I just can't do the. Is this a draw? I mean, this is probably a draw, but I can't give him a draw here. Do I have 93 check and take the pawn? I'm in the square. The problem is if I do 93 check, he plays king b5. If I take the pawn, he plays king b6. 93 check, king b5, knight g2, king b6. Now I come back like knight f4, a6, knight d5. I'm good. So I can check and take the pawn. What would Oleg Krivonosov do? Shit, Nefedov. I am not going to give you a draw yet. Nefedov deserves to be the last game. Arsenal got tired and sloppy. Both of them are really good players if they can maintain their level more consistently. We're all over like 30, and when you're over 30, your stamina starts to factor in, and it's not just stamina, like physical stamina. It's like I've played 8-hour tournament games. I've played 7-hour tournament games. Even if I'm old and out of shape, I still have the sort of experiential stamina from playing millions of these like super long games. Like literally my last tournament game was 120 moves. You know, it's just like walk in the park, man. Knight f4 better? What? I never even imagined I could do something without check, Mr. Slow, but yeah, I'm a little tired. I thought it had to be check, but I don't think it matters, honestly, does it? Married Chess is rating with a party of 40. Wow. We got a late Simul raid for Married Chess. Thank you, Married Chess. Maybe technically, Mr. Slow is right, you know. Thank you for the raid, peoples. All right. You missed the classic. Yeah, once Scherzer did that to me. We were playing this game in like the National Chess Congress back in like the mid 90s, and I really thought I was hanging on in some queen ending against Scherzer, and he just freaking had the classic like queen takes knight. queen takes queen, knight fork trick. Everybody has that once, like, in their life, I think, where it's like you see it not at all, until like they play the move and you're like, holy shit, I just can't believe that just happened. Once it happens to you in a really brutal game, you definitely like increase your like awareness of the queen sack fork trick. I mean, it becomes like, I don't want that to happen again. But I think Arsenal, until you've had like a tournament game where that happened, like really painfully, maybe you're not trained to look for it as much. That was, yeah, really. Thank you for the raid from Mary Chess. I'm finishing up the last games here in a long simul. Arsenal. Yesterday there was this guy. Oh yeah, Nefid, I was like the bearer of bad news. This guy on my poker game lost all of his money, and then when I lost my bank, my money, after I lost my money, he's like asking me how much I lost. I'm like, dude, are you serious? I was pissed. I just looked at him. I was like, are you serious? You want me to like recount how much money I had that is no longer with me here, like right after I lost it? Or that's like what Nefidov did. It's like, don't ask me how much money I lost like 5 minutes after I lost it. Are you freaking kidding me? Jeez. Piss off, Nefidov. All right. Making enemies and new friends. Question is, Nefidov lost. Well, against Krivonosov, he's losing on time. For sure. This is the Krivonosov special. What I've got to do is, like, play 50 moves with this configuration. And then I, like, lose one of my pawns. Then I play another 50 moves. And I lose my other pawn. And then I play another 50 moves. And I, like, flag him. No. How does it go? No. I play 50 moves, lose one pawn. 50 moves, lose another pawn. 50 moves, like, win his pawn. And then I flag him with rook versus rook and no pawns on the board or something like that, So I can extend it to, like, 250 moves by slowly, like, letting the pawns get traded off every 50 moves. And then flagging the other guy with... This is what this guy, this Russian Latvian international master scumbag would do, and it's people like that, man. It makes you wonder why I don't play Blitz. Stuff like that exists in bullet chess and 3-0 and 5-0 even. The guy was literally doing that in 5-0. Playing for a win with rook against rook where both sides have like more than a minute left, What kind of demented idiot does that? It's just... Talk about like unsportsmanlike. The tactic that ended the Antonio Morales game was easy to miss. Yeah, I mean, first of all, he like wins a pawn by trading pieces. I played like a perfect game and Morales beat me. He must have had like 3 cent-a-pawn loss. Winning by force with black in a completely innocuous position. This is a kind of surprising move. I am Krivonosov Oleg. You have just a few moves here, according to the table base, not to lose. I don't know, someone on sound. I just feel like that account plays too perfect. I just... Well, I mean, the other thing is, like, they're just too fast, dude. I was gonna lose. You can call it flat if you use an engine. But again, If you look at that game more closely, you know, I mean, he's like creeping up on me with these like very fine moves, like h4, g5, rook a3. The play for fun is, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't really feel good about that game. It just feels like white's too strong to be 1600 FIDE. I think he's playing like 2300 basically, and fast. It's just too good, too strong. You know, game over, bro. I just resign. I mean, dude, he's stationing his bishop on c6. I'm like almost paralyzed. Maybe if I'm a computer, it's an easy draw, but I'm not a computer, you know, and it's not enough to just look at the engine and get the evaluation. You have to put yourself in my position. I have to play extremely accurately there. With his bishop on c6, he's like paralyzing me. I have nowhere to put my pieces. He has a king side expansion and a king side attack going on. Do you think I'm going to draw that position against Magnus Carlsen? Like, seriously? The game against I play for fun is like playing Magnus Carlsen, bro. It doesn't matter that it's like 0.0 according to the computer. This is fun, though, isn't it? This is like playing Red Dead Redemption poker. Torturing Nefedov. While we got a raid from Chess, which was cool. And it's like the end of the Simul, so I didn't want to just shut it down. So I'm gonna torture Nefedov for a few more minutes. Yeah, I just don't trust my own mom in online chess. I'm sorry. If anybody like just takes it personally that I accuse them of cheating, you know, pretty much wouldn't trust anyone that I can think of. All right. Yeah, that game just like was. If I don't lose on position, I'm gonna lose on time. It was whatever, dude. So how's my chances of winning this? Good. Well, I'm not going to do the Krivonosov method where I play 50 moves, trade one pawn, play 50 moves, you know, trade one pawn, play 50 moves, drop my pawn, and then play 50 moves and flag him. We're going to play honorably here. But I was just kind of extending our last game, you know, just because. Is there any trick? Is there any conceivable way one can win such a position? Yeah, it's funny. I've never been accused of being a computer. Isn't that weird? I wonder why. All the years that I've played online chess, no one has ever accused me of being a computer. Wonder why that is, Arsenal fan. Conspiracy theory? Oh, the other day I was walking down the street and a funny thing happened. Um, in my district here in Budapest, I was walking down the street and I ran into the guy from my team, Juhas Christoph, my former Budapest team championship teammate, who was outed as a over the board computer cheater and banned for 2 years from the Hungarian Chess Federation. I ran into him. I was like walking down the street and I saw this other guy from the poker club. Literally at the same exact moment, I saw two completely different people who I knew on a random corner of a street. It's really weird. So I saw the first guy on my left, this guy from the poker club, just walking down the street, and then I turned to the right, and there's the cheater walking down the street with like some girl. And as soon as he saw me, like we've only met like 20 times, and I mean, he played on my team. We've only met 20 times face to face. He turns the other way and like walks away after looking right at me. Like, yeah, dude. Nothing suspicious about that. I don't feel guilty. You're not too guilty or anything. What an honorable guy, Wow. Seriously. Like if you were innocent, I mean, you would have nothing to hide, I mean, it's like, why would you be ashamed to see someone? Well, I mean, I know for a fact that he was guilty because he was caught basically red-handed. But so there's really no question. But it's kind of funny. His reaction was like so childish, like even if he's guilty, okay, whatever, he could still doesn't have to pretend like I don't exist or something. I mean, that's weird. I'm not like the one who accused him or caught him or anything like that, It's just like I'm still a human being. You have to pretend I don't exist, but like walking the other way after looking right at me. It was like he didn't cheat against me personally. But anyway, it was kind of pretty embarrassing for everybody here, I think. To play on the same team with this guy who'd been pulling this for a long time is kind of, it brings shame to everyone, I guess. Rook h7. I think I had the exact same ending against this guy Jack Stolerman once. Where I got excited and I thought I was winning for a minute, and then I was like, oh shit, it's a knight pawn. No, I mean, the funny thing about my game with someone with Mr. Slow was that I literally sat there and I was like, well, I'll play h6, and then I'm like, well, I mean, I don't really like to have to play h6. It weakens my king side. Why do I have to play h6? In the normal Zaitsev, you don't have to play h6. So, well, I'd never played this variation before. All right. Oh, no. I did the keep fighting, Nefyonov. It's time for a witty Arsenal comment now. How much money did you lose? How much? Hey, what was the maximum amount of money you had before you lost it all? So what this idiot says to me. I'm like staring at him. Fuck you. I just lost like, I don't know, $500 in a period of like 20 minutes. And immediately this loser is like, how much did you have before you lost it? Dude, you don't say that to somebody after they just lost like their money, dude. I was like, dude, I just like glared at him. Like seriously, he's sitting there like, yeah, he's an idiot. This guy. I mean, he can't help it, you know, but he's an idiot. Well, I mean, he's a loser who was like, you know, it wasn't like he was winning and asked me how much I lost. He had lost all his money, already lost all of his money. He's sitting there empty on the other side of the table, and then when I lose my money, he's like asking me how much I had before I lost it. I just like, I was thinking, oh, should I answer him? Then I was like, I just looked at him, you know. Oof. Yeah, he wanted me to share his misery. Exactly. He wanted me to share in his misery. That's exactly right. He wanted to feel better, you know, knowing someone else lost their money. The way he lost his money and the way I lost my money were very different. Oh, the guy is like really psycho, though. I feel kind of bad. He's not a bad person, but totally, totally misguided. Poor Nefyadov. Will, Antonio fills in. Antonio does the Arsenal fed. Will, how come this is not a lost game for Nefyadov? Nefyadov, how did you lose all your money? How much money did you have? Nefyadov, what was the evaluation before you blundered? That would be like, yeah, I mean, where did Nefyadov like possibly go wrong here? It's like no reason to play King E8. Like this is a really bad idea. First of all, you know, you need to stay in front of the pawn. It's easy to get tired, and that's what I was saying earlier. Anyone over 30 is having this like, you know, chess stamina problems. But you should never like leave the, you know, never leave the corner. But I mean, fundamentally, first of all, you should always like play like rook b6, right, to cut me off. I mean, Nefyadov knows this. You know, it's not like he doesn't know it. It's just that he's tired and it was a long game. We've all been there. He could just play rook b6, and when I push, then he goes down to the back rank and threatens to attack my king from both flanks, the side and the back. I mean, there's more than one technique, you know, but I think this is the easiest. You don't pin the pawn. You go here. You know, you cut me off, and when I have to push, I can't shield myself from side and rear checks. That's like the most standard defense ever. You know, so he goes on autopilot, just randomly attacks my rook. I go here, and now it's still a draw. Or is it? You know, is it possible this is lost? He has time, right? He could have cut me off. No, he still has it, right? He still has it. He should have time, right? Rook b6. If he cuts me off, I have to play g6 and then he goes down. His king is out of position, though. Maybe he's in trouble because his king is out of position. His king is not here on f8. Needless to say, king e8 was a huge blunder. But is it losing? You know. Let's see. Yeah. Wow. Wow. So it just loses. Wow. That's brutal. He just like lost, yeah, totally unlosable position in one move, you know. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean, but it is instructive, you know, to be consistent. Actually, the engine hates his last move. I was winning on the previous move. Wow. So I actually blundered with g5. So I should play what? King g6? I should play king g6. Oh, man. So we both blundered. You blundered, I blundered, you blundered. Check, king g5 question mark, and now you have rook b6 draw. Wow, even rook b8 is a draw. Well, see, that's the Jack Stollerman draw. King g8. See, there's the active kind of draw where you do this, and when I go g6, you go down. Okay? But with Stollerman, why I thought I was winning was like he had this, where he had to do this. He basically did rook b8, you know. And I was like, oh, I'm winning, you know. And then you learn like, oh, I'm not winning, you know. Here, check, here, g6. But because it's a knight pawn, the bishop pawn would be winning for sure, but a knight pawn, I don't have room to maneuver, you know. I remember that endgame, you know, from 20 plus years ago. Knight pawn is specific, you know. So passive defense normally doesn't work, but with a knight pawn it does. So if Nefedov, for some reason, had no choice, he could play rook b8. Or the point is, he can just play king g8. And again, if we moved it all over one file, right? If we move this over one file, move the f pawn, move my king, move his king, I'm winning, right? I should be winning with king g6. But here it doesn't work because he can do the back rank defense. Everyone saw, no, they didn't see the way to defend it. But I think my argument is simply like, you know, you always play for this position. I mean, I don't even know what this is called, you know what I mean? But I mean, it's the standard defending position against one pawn, right? You cut him off and that's it. You know, your king is not aligned. It should be on g8, but it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. You go down. My king has nowhere to hide except for h7, you know. Told you so. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Horrible finish. Nefedov was killing me in the opening. My God. I got the variations confused again. Because he keeps switching on me. What did I castled last time? Or did I play queen d3? And you played d6, right? I don't understand. Every freaking game. I cannot remember. I'm supposed to castle first, then you play d6, then I play queen d3? That doesn't make sense either. Sparkle Horse Nefedov, let's see. Oh, this is the first time I played queen d3 too early. Okay. I'm so excited with queen d3. I'm playing it too early now. It has a good score. Last time I played it a move later. No. Yes. So I've played this move on a couple of occasions, but not against you. Last time I castled. Last time I castled? And then you played d6? And then I played queen d3? And then you played bishop d7? And then I played something stupid? That's an older game. Oh, you played a6. No, this is an older game. Where is the last game we played? You didn't do this, did you? Ah, you played bishop c5? You played bishop c5 last time. Castles bishop c5, queen d3. And then I screwed up. Where I'm supposed to play queen c4 now, and I didn't know that. I got this horrible position here. This was played by Safarli. Man, I love knight d8, man. I love this. This is, damn, dude. This is a theoretical novelty. Check this out. Nefedov finds the best move. He finds the best move in this position where master 2200 level players couldn't find it. They played like a6 and knight d4. Knight d8 is best. It's a theoretical novelty, but it's probably been played online. Okay, there's a handful of games here. Yeah, but I mean, Black has to be a pretty good player. Look at the average rating there, dude. I mean, look at the rating of these guys. It's the same guy. Oh, it's Nefedov's like Smurf account. Dr. Shabir. Is a known move. No, it's not a known move. It's a known idea. It's a known idea, but this specific position, there's no games. You know, Rubinstein played it in the, yeah, a known idea. But this is specific to this position, you know. That's a really nice move. Arsenal fan wants to look at his debacle. Well, I think it was a draw by that point, Arsenal, when you blundered. I thought you were better earlier, you know. Wow, you were winning almost. Okay, it's winning is relative, but you'd built up a really big advantage. Yeah, after f4, let's say. I don't know, I thought I had a good position. The hell happened here? You played... By the way, Arsenal fan, how did you turn the white side of the lame Nimzo Bogo into a dynamic sort of hedgehog position for white? Did you ever stop to think that maybe you should forget about forget about the whole d4 thing and just stick with the e4? All right, no, I mean, it's interesting. e4 is a good move. Well, it's logical too. I mean, that guy from the earlier... Oh, I played a TN here, rook e8. That guy, the guy from the stream gave me this idea, you know. I mean, if you're going to play slowly, I mean, you played bishop g5, bishop d2. If you can do that, I can do like rook e8 and bishop f8. You know, this is interesting. We played correctly. Okay, you could have played e4 immediately. That looks like it's more dynamic. But okay, castles. And now I could have gone, you know, Spassky style here with d5. I'll be honest though, I never really liked these Queen's Indian type of structures. Though I've seen some games recently. Yeah, someone else tried to play the same idea against me exactly with rook e8. This is what I was talking about. It's like Arsenal plays d4 so that he can play king pawn openings. I play the Nimzo Bogo so I can like play the King's Indian, you know. We're having like identity crisis. He should be playing e4 and I should be playing like the King's Indian. Alright, so this is interesting. c5, rook e1, there's obviously no games, but it's a totally like reasonable position. I caved here with pawn takes pawn. You know what, Arsenal? I was looking at this position. At some point, it was this position. But the reason why I make this mistake was like I wanted to play knight c6. Yeah, no, d5 is probably the best move, I know. We just have our biases, and it's not my favorite structure, you know, like the hanging pawn sort of thing. I'm sure this is a pretty good version of a hanging pawns position, because your pieces, these bishops, especially the bishop on d2, it's not great, you know. If your bishop is like out on f4, it's probably better. Yeah, exactly. No, if your bishop's out on f4, I think you have a good game. But this is kind of awkward, you know. But my problem was that I wanted to play knight c6, but I was bothered here by this line. I think I missed something. Like I was afraid of d5, but it's probably not good. Basically, I forgot I could just take and play knight b4, and you're losing a pawn. So I could have played knight c6 and just, I think I would have played it if I had realized, stop to think for a second. If you have a3, then maybe it's really d5 is really strong, but you don't have a3, so you probably play something like a3, and then it's a position. I don't know. Black's fine, but white's fine, I guess, too. So we got this, whatever. Oh, you took with the knight. Yeah, I expect you to take with the pawn. I expected you to take with the pawn. Yeah. Yeah, the computer likes pawn takes better. But I mean, okay, knight takes is okay. Your inner e4 player came out, and then yeah, there's so many ways this game could go. I played knight a6. You played e4. I played knight c5. You go back, and then again, maybe I could try something aggressive. I played d6, and I thought I have an ideal hedgehog here, but actually, maybe you do too. Your pieces end up being pretty good. Look at these pieces. This is a decent hedgehog for white. I really thought, oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great, and then I'm like, uh-oh, e4. But ultimately, knight a6 was too fancy. I should have just played d6 or something normal. If I do d6 here, knight d7, maybe that's better. Why does it benefit me to put my knight on c5? It's just the evaluation is about the same. You're still going to do this or something. Anyway, all right, whatever. So it was just, it's a normal hedgehog. Somehow you got an advantage. I always argue that these are easier to play for black. But yeah, I mean, I obviously didn't have a plan. I mean, this is pretty sad. I played knight d7 here. This doesn't seem right. I wasted time. But I missed this. I missed knight b5. I thought it wasn't a problem. That was weird. I thought, what are you doing? You can't take on a7. Can you? You can take on a7. Oh my god. I was looking at knight takes c4. No, I was looking at rook a8. You can do that because you have this. Are you serious? No. You give me the c4 pawn. Wow. Okay, that wasn't easy to find. I don't know, man. I think it's really hard to fault you for b3. Mr. Slow, that's not exactly true, I have to disagree with you there. With a6 is essential in the hedgehog. I mean, I like to be, I lost to you in 14 moves, but at the same time, I value outside the box thinking, and on my table always is dynamic chess strategy by Suba, and Mihai doesn't agree with that. He played some games with knight a6, and he actually has some interesting ideas where a6 isn't played. I'm trying to, there are lines where you try to benefit by not playing a6, essentially. So, I mean, I try not to be too dogmatic. Also, if you play a6, there's a lot of lines in the Paulsen, whatever, where white busts up the whole structure with a4, a5. You're familiar with those ideas. If I do a6 and it's a4, a5, bust up the structure, and white's just better. Knight b4, knight b3, a4, a5, blah, 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 blah. I think that's too dogmatic, Yeah, in retrospect, it looks like this particular example, I should have played a6. But look, dude, I mean, the hedgehog is not a perfect science, and it's I think it's always a question of judging, each position objectively. But yeah, of course. Um, yeah, no, Shuba is, yeah, he's a crazy guy, but he's got interesting ideas. Not the most organized. I value him for his creativity. Um, all right, B3. So here we got a standard hedgehog position, and then I started drifting. I'll tell you what, though, I don't normally play these type of hedgehog Paulsons or whatever with the knights on G6 and F6. I was a little out of my. I don't have Shipov. I don't have the Shipov. I do have Shuba's book on the hedgehog, ironically, but it's very disorganized. No, I'm in the Suba school, not the Shipov school. All right, but Arsenal fan, I'm in the other school. Did I like H3? Well, I mean, to be fair with you, it looks kind of. Yeah, it looks normal. I mean, to me, it looks like a normal hedgehog, and you were aggressive, and it's just like I thought your G2 was a little soft. With your bishop in an unusual position, I thought this would be okay for me. But computer doesn't like it. A4, okay, that's a specific move. I thought that we played all right, but okay, here you're probably. I think it worked out okay, but I mean, maybe it was really bad somehow. What did I miss? E5 is very impatient. I mean, I saw E5, and I saw bishop takes G6, but I saw a lot of weaknesses on the white squares too. um, oh, you mean like bishop E4? If you play bishop E4, I take here. I sack my queen, have like two bishops and a pawn for the queen or something. Oh no, I'm winning your queen here with bishop C5. It's a mess, huh? Well, that's a wild position. Yeah. I don't know what I would have done, but yeah, I think in general. Dude, I mean, to be fair, like, I'll constantly say this over and over again, but the hedgehog is like a classic example. It's a terrible opening to have to play with less time. I mean, for white, it's like it's way easier for black to play than for white. White has the onus of doing something, and everything you do like overextends and your position blows up. This is just another example of the onus being on white to do something. You did something and it was wrong for some reason. I didn't exploit it. I reacted kind of too routinely here. But what did I miss? I mean, obviously it's bad for you structurally, but you get access to the E4 square. Did I just have B5? Queen C7. Okay. So I didn't even see this idea of going for this pawn on E5. But by this time, both of us have very little time left. I mean, basically, we're playing a blitz game now. So bishop C, we both made a lot of mistakes. And then I thought you were still better. I thought this was a really good move, and the computer doesn't like it, of course. Well, it's also going for the E5 pawn. If you play my Queen C7 is just putting pressure on your pawn. It's not that weird. But I thought most people here would sort of wimp out, and you were keeping the tension with Rook D4. You had Rook D6. Both of us missed this. This makes a lot of sense, though. Though you have to judge that ending. I mean, is this not so easy to judge? Is the pawn strong or weak? But I thought you were better here, objectively. I was afraid, your queen is so strong on D4. Where's Mr. Coffee? He's playing? We have our Star Trek joke when the walls fell. Mr. Coffee and Pawnda, when the walls fell. We need Star Trek nerds. Nedog, when the pawns fell. Yeah, well, I mean, you should be worried about that. But my internal evaluation was that I was slightly worse here. I'm kind of relieved to know that I'm not. You know, you have a queenside majority, and it felt like that was more important than my kingside majority. And of course, any kind of move I was proud of, the computer hates it, like f5. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have played f5. What about f6 instead of f5? By the way. But I couldn't think about the game as deeply as you. You know, you're playing one game and I'm distracted by the other games. This is a draw now, I think. Even though you have a better structure, I was happy. Like, I got rid of your e5 pawn. Still, you're symbolically better, I think. Again, engine 0-0. In reality, white is a tiny bit better based on pawn structure. I thought king f2 was reasonable. Ironically, isn't it ironic that that move is your downfall? Because, like, I have this queen takes c3. It's really ironic, no? I mean, I didn't play for it. You know, it just happened. But it's like the classic, like, you got to be careful with the knights in the position. I only saw this when it came up. You know, I didn't play for it. And the first moment when you played b5, I thought, it doesn't work, you know? And maybe it doesn't. Queen takes c3 is dubious. Wow. Yeah, man, but I mean, if I don't do queen c3, it's definitely a draw. So it's sort of absurd. I can't believe, like, okay, I take on b5, I take on a2 with check. I can take on a2 with check. I missed this. Shit. So b5 is really, like, you saw queen takes c3. You saw queen takes c3 and you saw this as an out. No, a3, queen takes c3. Now I'm winning for sure. You can't play a3. You're basically, like, losing a pawn. But this is interesting. I expected it was a draw, but I wasn't sure. So it is a draw. And then king d5 was the move I expected. But you have a4. That was the other move. Wow, king e5, of course. It's counterintuitive to play king e5, dude. Wow. So you could go the other way. I mean, I'm not surprised in the least that this is a draw. I honestly didn't expect to win, you know. I was happy not to lose. I thought I was worse before. This is still a draw. Wow. Not surprised. So what happened here? Everything's okay? And a5 is a blunder. But do you have just one? This is not a table base, but do you have just one move here that's a draw, or more than one? I wonder. I expected king c6, but what about, yeah, that's the question. Yeah, there's more than one. King c6 or king c5 is a draw. Somehow king c5 is more accurate. Well, there's no check against king c5. But I was obviously looking at this mostly. So this is a draw. The a pawns, you know, man. Knights and a pawns don't mix. But you know, okay, I knew I couldn't lose, so it was fine. That's why I didn't look at the other lines, you know. When I was sure there was no way I can lose, I went for this. Because the other line with taking the a pawn would have been complicated. So that's really sick. So a5 loses. And as Mr. Slow said, knight f4, it doesn't matter. It's the same. It really doesn't matter. I'm just winning on either move. So RC was tired, and Effie was tired. And they both lost, making me feel better after all my brutal games. 19 wins, 2 draws, 4 losses. Yeah, what did I do against Mr. Slow? That's embarrassing. God, dude. Mr. Slow had... Holy shit. Mr. Slow had 2 sent upon loss. Have you guys ever seen that? I've only seen 3 max. Has anyone ever seen a game with 2 sent upon loss before? I've definitely never seen 1. Mr. Slow. Highly suspicious. Of course, most games are not 14 moves long, so it's much easier to like have a 2 sent upon loss in like a 3 move game. Mr. Slow has like a slew of like 3 move wins where he had like a 1 sent upon loss or something like that. I mean, if the opponent resigns in 14 moves, it's easier. Jesus Christ, bro. So this is... Dude, that's crazy. Look at the statistics. Lichess? Masters. Lichess? Masters. Only played in 3 games in real life. And White didn't win a single one. So let me guess, like Rook B8 is not considered good. So this A4, what is this trending? This is Aliekin's move, right? It's not an anti-martial, but it can transpose. You wondered what? Well, Rook B8 look fine. I have an obsession with not playing Bishop E6. But it's horrible positionally. Horrible. Well, obviously, I would have played... How much money did you have, Saji, before you blundered Bishop F8? Oh, I'm just lost. Yeah, what Bishop E6? You mean like where, Arsenal? Like here? Well, I mean, I would normally make a habit of doing that, you know. If you mean that position. This line looks okay for black. Oh, this was in Carlsen? Oh my god, this was in the World Championship. Obviously, I didn't remember that. I didn't really care. Nepomniachtchi Carlsen match. I should follow my Nepomniachtchi. Of course, he could transpose from an anti-martial. Follow my Carlsen Nepomniachtchi a little bit more closely. Do you guys see the latest pictures of Nepomniachtchi? He's getting kind of chunky. Like, he looks like a chunky monkey now. Not to, like, weight shame people, but it's noticeable. The latest pictures from the Blitz and Rapid. He looks noticeably chunkier since the World Championship match. It just makes me feel better about my own chunkiness if I shame other people. Just wondered if anyone else noticed. He was always chunky, to be fair. Yeah, seriously, dude. You're right. You're right. I mean, from from the physical standpoint, Magnus is in better shape. But he's so young that it was like, you know, it feels like it didn't have to matter. Castles c3, rook e8. So rook e8. I thought, oh, what could possibly go wrong? Now I was going to play h6, and I was like, no, why do I have to do that? Oh my god, this is just losing a piece. Okay, so it's already too late. I was totally clueless. Like, that's what I get for never playing the Roy Lopez. Such an idiot. Well, then rook e8 doesn't make sense, obviously. If I can't play bishop f8, and after d4 you're threatening to win a piece, then I'm kind of screwed. You know, it doesn't make sense playing rook e8. Looks like b4. And here's the Pomniachi Carlsen. And Duda Carlsen. Yeah. But this can transpose to various anti-martials, I guess. I heard he uses like Thigh Master. Oh my god. What was that? Mr. Coffee's not here. Alright guys, I'm getting tired. I didn't get enough sleep last night. Oh, there's Nedog. There's Nedog. I think some people do put on weight in their 30s. Damn, Nedog with a news flash. I was chunking, man. You and honestly, I don't know. Actually, I was probably the fattest when I was in my 20s, of all things. I think I reached my maximum weight somewhere around like 25. I was like eating a pint of ice cream every night. That if you get a job as an actor where you need to gain weight, just like eat lots of really high fat ice cream. You can put on weight like extremely fast. You reached your maximum weight now? Ha 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 ha. I think I'm close. I haven't. I'm afraid to weigh myself, but I was actually getting better a couple years ago. I had in 2019. I was almost under 200 pounds, and I have never been under 200 pounds since I was like 23 or something. I think I reached 200 pounds around age, I don't know, okay, 23. I never went under. But back in 2019, I got down to like 202 or something like that. And I don't know what that is in kilos or stones. But I think I'm back up, but not as bad as I was. Cut out the beer. We're cutting out the beer and ice cream, stuff like that. Still need to exercise. All right, boys and girls. Anyway, it was good. Thank you for the games. We'll be back tomorrow morning if I'm still alive. The Time Master. Yeah, Monday we'll play some rapid chess tomorrow. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Appreciate it, and we'll see you later. Thanks, Mr. Coffee, for being here, sort of. Oh, you say Art Vegas streaming? Okay. Yeah, we had a raid, and we were raided recently. What is it, Art Vega? What is his handle again? Astrobate, what's the number? What is his Twitch name exactly? I always like type in the wrong thing. You weighed 212, Asterbate? Oh my god. Art_Vega. I'm trying to do a raid here, but guys aren't helping me. $1983. That sounds familiar. All right. Thanks, guys. Then Agura raid. 31 viewers. Thanks for the raid from Mari Chess earlier. We'll see you all later. Have a good one. Mustache.